Well, well, well. Let's just get right into it. This does not even deserve a captain's log introduction, because this is dead serious. Alright, well, I'm back. It has been nearly an entire week, which is not what I had wanted to do. Since I ended the subathon, I ended it on the 3rd, and it's almost the 10th. I know there's no display. I like to chill on the boot logo for a little bit. Yeah, I was gonna try streaming on Friday, which I actually don't remember why I didn't. I think I was working on some kind of project. And then Saturday, I had a friend over on Saturday, like really impromptu. And then on Sunday, I had a lot of errands to run. So I think that's what brings us to today. Anyway. Hello. How's it going, everyone? Yo, Zafida, thanks for gifting a tier 1 sub. Hell yeah, I appreciate that. That's very nice. We're not even running a subathon. This doesn't even equate to me playing Shrek games. At least not yet. But thank you so much, I really appreciate it. Have I played any Shrek while you were away? Hell no, I've been taking a well-deserved Shrekcation. Alright? You know what? Sometimes it's enough is enough. Sometimes it's just, you just need it to be ogre for a little while. Matthew ruined my life. I can't stop thinking about Shrek. Oh god. In what capacity? Like the franchise as a whole or the games? Because I have to say, we did talk about the games a little bit in the Discord. We were talking about the Easter eggs and the tricks you can pull off in Shrek Extra Large, the speedruns, etc. Here's a good question, actually. Has anyone, in the last week, I know I kept joking about it, and we kind of theorized that maybe it would happen. Hang on. Just need to make sure my desktop is in. It is. Did anyone actually get that? Has anyone has anyone speed run Shrek Xbox 2001 100% yet? No, I can still get the world record run of 100% Shrek Xbox 2001. I don't know when I'm gonna do it. My Shrekcation, I think, is still going. But one of these days, I will do it. What is it gonna? It's gonna take like 12 hours probably, because it took me 9 hours to do any percent, which is the most frightening part of all. And to get 100%, I don't know how much of the game did I complete by getting any percent. Does anyone remember? Speed ran Shrek Super Party. Oh god. Woo! Yeah, that's true. That's true. We also, technically, I was speedrunning Shrek Swamp Kart Speedway. I still haven't beat that yet. It was a speedrun of the Shrek car racer game. Yeah, technically, that's a DNF. I technically didn't finish it, which is terrible. Yeah, I don't know. I think there might genuinely be a future stream before Shrektober ends. There might genuinely be another stream where I'm like, I don't end until I beat this stage, and you know, maybe it'll be another 5-day stream. Has 100% been defined? I think so. I think it's like, I kept joking about it, but it's actually true that Shrek Xbox 2001 is basically Mario 64. Like you jump into different worlds. There are about 6 potential objectives in each world. And you don't have to do all of them, you just have to get enough to progress. So I think 100% is just getting all of them. And I don't know, like in Mario 64 there's 120 stars, but you only have to get 70 of them to beat the game. So I've gotten the equivalent of 70 star. I've done the equivalent of a 70-star run in in Shrek Xbox 2001. Could finish it and submit a week-long run of the game with a lot of downtime. Do you think they'll accept it if it's got splices in it? I feel like I probably need to do it all in one sitting. Simptober, where you do Simpsons games instead. I'd be down to play Simpsons games. There are quite a few. There are quite a few of them, and there are quite a few that I've played. I remember back in the day when you could rent games from Blockbuster. We rented the Simpsons game for PS2 because that's all I had at the time, and I played through that MF so many times, like, because when I was a kid, we didn't have a lot of games, so I played through games a lot, just over and over. I remember before school, I think I was 10. Before school, while everyone else was getting ready, I didn't have anything to do because I was I was 10 and I didn't help out at all. So I would sit in my room and play Game Boy Color, play Pokemon Blue, and there was always a point. I played Pokemon Blue and Pokemon Crystal, and in both games there was always a point that I got up to, and I couldn't pass, so I would just reset the game. For Pokemon Crystal, there's that bit where there's a plant in the ground and it like wiggles, and it's actually a Pokemon. Like if you harass it, it'll pop up out of the ground and you'll fight it, and then when you beat it, you'll be able to go through. But you need to get like an item to persuade it out of the ground, and I didn't know how to get that. So I would always get to that point, and I'd be like, and then I just start a new game and play the whole thing over. Please fix Discord notifications. They're not broken. I just haven't done it yet. I'll do it now. The problem was they used to be run by a bot, but the bot relies on Twitch's notifications, and Twitch's notifications, if you don't know, are incredibly unreliable. They will be like 2 hours late, and they'll be like, he just started streaming, and then so people in the Discord, like, one of the reasons I set up the Discord in the first place was to get more reliable notifications, but if they're just based on the Twitch notifications, they're no different. They're exactly the same. So, of course, that doesn't help when I don't do them. So I disabled the bot, because I was just like, well, this doesn't help at all. But it also doesn't help if I just don't do them, so I will do it. Alright, done. Does the C in Matt Casey stand for Shrek? It does! True! When can I get my hands on a BillGates.sex email? Good point. I actually have been thinking about... Well, yesterday I started working on something where you could sign up. I still think it's a good idea to limit it to like subs and patrons. Just because it makes it less likely that people just abuse the service for spam email. But other than that, I'd be happy to run an email service. I think it'd be kind of fun. Yeah, I think. So I don't think with Shrek. I don't think Shrek is over. I think Shrek comes down to one of these days. I'll do a 100% run, solely so I can get world record here. And one of these days I'll try to beat Shrek Swamp Kart Speedway, because it makes me mad that was a DNF. There's a Blockbuster video in my parents' garage that we never returned before they all closed. Based. Well, technically, isn't there that one in Bend, Oregon still? Is the last Blockbuster still up? Yo! Thanks for the resub, Mark Lamau. Thanks for the Prime sub.
Can't believe I missed the subathon. Can we get a Shrikathon recap? Also 6 months.
6 months? Half a whole year. God damn. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Yeah, we'll do a recap in a little bit. Is this last Oregon's last Blockbuster? Why did I say Oregon? That's what it's called now, Oregon. I think it's still around. So you gotta return it. You gotta go here. You gotta go to Bend, Oregon to return it. Yeah. It's privately owned. The original company is dead. Yeah, probably. That's probably like the Mindscape offshoots in the Netherlands and in Australia. Nothing to do with the original companies, basically. But yeah. There was a family video near me for some time, but it closed 4 years ago. I have no idea, like... Yeah, I mean, in Australia we had Blockbuster. I think we had a place called Video Easy. Video... Yeah, it's spelled like this, E-Z-Y, because the thing is, if Australians say Z, so they can't just say this, because they'll say, oh, it's Video EZ. So they had to spell it like this. Yeah, this was it. When did they go under? Yo! Digital Fetoast. Thanks so much for the Prime sub. Thanks for the Bezos bucks. I really appreciate it. Wait, only in 2021? Really? This was around? I swear the last time I saw one was in 2006. When did they... Competitors in downfall. Yeah, Blockbuster was certainly bigger. But you can still find these around, I think. Yeah. Competitors, BitTorrent based. But when did it actually... Oh, they apparently they're considered a pandemic casualty. Interesting. Okay, that makes sense. The fact you say Z instead of Z. I remember I had an American girlfriend for a couple years, and I remember I said, like, I was telling her how to do something on the computer. I said, I'll press the Z key, and she was like, huh? I'm like, the Z key, and she was like, oh, Z, haha, I get it. And I'm like, oh, it's not a joke. she thought I was making a joke. And I was like, it's not a joke. That's how like Australian people say it. And she was like, no, I don't believe you. This is a joke. So I had to like look it up and be like, no, it's real. This is really how Australian and British people say it. I think Canadian people say Z as well. It's another American exclusive, I think, to say Z, just like feet and inches. I have a girlfriend, you wouldn't know her. She goes to another school in America. Exactly. That's what I would tell my friends. I'd be like, I get girls, but only in America where you can't see them. I don't know why. Yeah. I'm from Ontario, we say Z, Z. I don't even know. Actually, don't know which one you're saying. There's a lot of mixed opinions. Some people saying Canadians say Z, some people saying Canadians say Z. I'm guessing it's probably regional. Maybe the closer you get to America, the more likely it is, or maybe the major cities, it's more likely to be Z. Because I feel like there's going to be just naturally going to be a lot of overlap because geographically they're so close, and Canadians will kill me if I say this, but a lot of people can't tell the difference between American and Canadian accents. So they appear quite close. I'm close to the border with New York, so I think that's maybe... Yeah, maybe... I wonder... Hang on. Can we actually look this up? Canada. Z versus Z. My thinking is this must be a regional thing. Z is more common. Be warned, however, that some people feel very strongly that it is betrayal of Canadian identity to say Z. Uh-oh. Yo! RKE42, thanks for gifting a tier 1 sub. I feel like this has to be a regional thing. Z versus Z, a crisis of Canadian identity. No wonder everyone's so like split in the chat. People are... It's actually an issue. Like it's an identity crisis, according to this. My guy is early. What's happening? Yeah, I have to say, I'm early, a little early because I have to get off at. I have to get off. So it's 10:26. I have to be off by about 2:30. So I wanted to be to be able to be on here for a substantial amount of time. So that's why I'm on here a bit earlier than usual. So yeah. It's got a bedtime. No. I'm doing some work. I'm being a photographer for a friend. I can't tell a person's Canadian until they somehow say a very specific store they go to, or how they say Z or Z. I feel like you can always tell the words I always pick up on. Here's a tip. Here's to out your local friendly Canadian. It's always the ow vowel, so like about. It's always more like a boat or a boot. And Americans are more likely to say sorry, and Canadians are more likely to say sorry. Those are the two ways that I usually tell. It's just like, to be fair, a lot of people I know outside of these regions can't tell the difference between an Australian and a New Zealand accent. But the way you can tell if it's a New Zealand accent is if they say 6, like the number 6, but they say it like sex instead, then they're a Kiwi. If they say sorry at all, that's the thing. It's a common word, so you can always tell. Yeah. Yo, Greedy Junior, welcome to the stream. Greedy Junior is a IRL friend. And I invited him to maybe play a game with me during the subathon at some point, but we never actually got around to it. So one of these days, I will resurrect that idea. Toronto has picked up a lot of NYC slang, so if you're close to Toronto, it's hard. Interesting, yeah. That's what I'm kind of thinking, is like, that's probably quite regional. This whole Z versus Z thing. Pronounce it zoo, annoy everyone. True. Good idea. The northern accent in America. Oh yeah. I've heard people say that as well. Like a Minnesota accent. I think it's easier to confuse with a Canadian accent. Yeah. Oh, stop pronouncing the second T in Toronto. It's pissing me off. What, do you just call it Toronto? Where'd the T go, huh? It's in the word. That's how it's said. Toronto. Yeah, I get it. I thought the first note of All Star. Man, you really have been thinking about Shrek.
Bruh.
True. Thanks for the TTS monster. Yeah. I made a typo. I don't know. In Portuguese, we say. I don't know if I'm going to try to pronounce that, but hey, informative. Thanks. Let me think. So, Shrekathon recap. What an interesting time, because it was, in a way, I think a bit of a. It was a little bit of a risk for me. I think it almost felt like that, because the longest stream I'd ever done was 6 hours, and that was like a special occasion. And so to go from that to be like, I'm gonna stream for like, I think on average it was 10 hours, but I didn't know starting how long it would be, somewhere between 9 to 12 hours. And to do that, day after day, it was kind of like, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to do that. But actually, and I had this theory that like on day 1, like 6 hours, maybe day 2, I would be like, oh God, what have I done? But actually, I have to say, I don't think that ever really happened. Like, I feel like I got used to it pretty quickly. And by, oof, I got something in my eye. By like I feel like on day 2, I was kind of like, yeah, this is still going. I remember I finished day 1 and a friend messaged me like, how are you feeling after all that? And I was like, actually, pretty good. Like, yeah, so it really wasn't as bad. Well, I thought it was going to be a lot more difficult than it actually ended up being. I will say that over time, I started to feel myself getting more tired. I guess just because I was, it's interesting because oftentimes for me, I feel like my energy just resets after I sleep. Every day, my energy is fine when I wake up, or at least it's normal. I'm the same amount of tired every day, I guess. But this was the first time I kind of felt like that it was starting to compound a little, and I'm not sure if that was just because I almost wonder if maybe if I was doing like 6 hours a day instead of 10, maybe that wouldn't have happened. Like I'm not sure if that was just because it was a lot of hours per day, or if it was just because I'd never done like back to back like that. Try and pronounce Scarborough. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it in Canada, but we have a Scarborough in Australia. That's how we would say it in Australia, but I don't know if that's how we would say it. You would say it in Canada. So Scarborough. Scarborough. You should try pronouncing Saskatchewan. I've heard that one pronounced. I don't know if that's, again, maybe that was slightly wrong, but I have heard people say that word. Do I have an N64? Have you been following the Portal 64 project? I have. I actually have, like, it's on my list to actually try that on stream one day, because I think that would be kind of fun. Does Hoodwinked have any video games? Man, Hoodwinked, that's a movie I haven't thought about in years. Was this even real? Like, did we really have a movie with this CGI in 2006 with this many celebrities? Like, this is just unacceptable. Oh, it's a Weinstein Company movie, that's why. Oh no, it's just an incredibly low budget film, I guess, yeah. How do you get Wikipedia dark mode? So if you have an account, you can switch the theme to dark mode. Yeah, but you have to sign in, I believe. I watched it was real. I feel like I watched this too. I remember seeing the trailers, I remember seeing the posters for this in the cinema, and I was like, that looks like ass, I'm not gonna watch that. And then of course at school they were like, well, I don't know what it was like the last day of term or something. I was like, well, I don't know what we're gonna do, let's just put on this kids movie. So I watched it anyway, but the thing about movies in school is I at least never paid attention to them. It was, for me and my friends, it was an excuse to goof off in the back of the classroom without anyone noticing, because, you know, the movie was playing. We weren't supposed to be learning anyway. So I any movie we watched in school, I feel like we watched some BBC Jack and the Beanstalk. Like, it was a really serious movie, I think. No, it wasn't a cartoon. It was like a live action Jack and the Beanstalk movie, and it was oh, I think it was this. No, maybe it wasn't BBC then. Why did I think this was British? Clearly. Oh yeah, it was a Jim Henson thing. Now, okay, you can tell how little attention I paid to this. I thought this was British. It stars Matthew Modine. This isn't British at all. It's a Jim Henson thing. This, I remember, the only thing I remember about this was that it's like, it was super serious, and like, it was all like, yeah, and it ended with this incredibly emotional, or at least that's my memory of it. It ended with this incredibly emotional pathos, and I was just like, man, they really took this fairy tale as far as it could go. Yeah, I have no idea. Have you used it to edit your Wikipedia profile? No, actually. I mean, I don't have a Wikipedia page. I have a YouTube wiki page, which is much less prestigious. But I assume if I go onto Wikipedia and actually make an account, I assume I fall under not notable enough. I would just skip class based. I don't know. I was too, when I was like 10, I don't think I would have. Yo, Bren, thank you so much for the sub. Thanks for the tier 1. I really appreciate it. Enjoy your Matt KC feet emote. Yeah, I think when I was 10, I would have been too timid to skip class. I certainly did later on. When I was like 17, if there was like a class I didn't care about, I would be like, whatever. Not gonna lie, I skipped like 2 lectures today to teach a friend 16 star. Yo! I mean, what's a better use of your time? Exactly. You can't make a page about yourself on Wikipedia, it'll kick you in the balls. Yeah, probably. Because people really try to do that all the time. It's kind of like, because they have a notability criteria, it's kind of prestigious to have a Wikipedia article just because it means that you've passed this notability criteria. I assume I don't, and I may be a YouTuber, but I'm not that egotistical. I don't care that much about having a Wikipedia article. Notable for being the Lego Island guy. Yeah, they'd be like, oh yeah, fair enough. We'll let that page go up. We can make a Wikipedia article of you. Would it be allowed? My guess is no. My guess is I'm not notable enough. But I mean, if you want to try, you can. But I wouldn't. I would not encourage you to do so. How's the decomp even going? I haven't heard of it in a minute. It's going. The thing about it is decomp work is slow work. So there's at current count somewhere around 2,000 functions, and we just kind of implement one at a time. And you don't really see the whole picture. You just kind of drill down. You do like this, this, and this. You get this in. You get this in, and eventually it's like 90%. I think you just kind of keep working on it, and then you blink, and eventually it's like almost done. I feel like it's hard to follow the progress. It happens so slowly that it's hard to just follow it step by step. I do have more videos to put out though. Like, I have my goal is, because the last video was technically nothing to do with the decomp. It was mostly about SI files, and I have a few more subjects like that are like deep dives into an aspect of the game that isn't necessarily like, I'll start the video with like a small update about the decomp stuff, whatever we do know about the decomp, and then the rest of the video will be some other discovery about the game, because that kind of, I feel like it's a bit of a cheat, but I feel like it kind of gets it gets people a status update on the decomp, and it gets people an interesting deep dive without having to wait like a year for the whole thing to be done. Decomp work can go years without any particularly big news. Pretty much. It's just like, if there are any interesting discoveries, I'll obviously talk about those. If there's anything that's like, that's weird, why did they do that? And I have interesting discoveries outside of that. I have things like, I have, like I said, I have other deep dives to talk about. But so far, the decomp itself is just, it's like building a house. It's just brick by brick. It's going. That's about what it is. SI files are our WAD file equivalents, more or less. I think the thing about WADs is that they're more like, they have more influence over how the game works. The SI files are really just asset packs. Most of the game is hard-coded. Have you gotten farther than previous attempt? Oh, much farther. Much farther. Like the last one, I had no ISLE decompilation, and I'd done a couple functions in Lego 1 and I got kind of stuck. This is actually like getting there. I mean, I don't want to say it's not close to done, but it's a lot further, much further than the last one. Doing great work. Oh, thanks, man. I have to say, it's not just me. Like, I'm involved. I'm the project lead, I suppose, but a lot of contributions have been the community, and so a lot of my job has just been like verifying other people's work. I have contributed functions, but I'd say probably most of the functions have been contributed by the team, I suppose. So, which is, I guess that's how it should be, right? We should all be, it shouldn't be one man's Herculean effort. It should be all good things usually done by a dedicated team. End of the year, get into the opening reel for maybe. I don't know. I think at the current pace, there's a good chance that we might be done sometime next year. It just feels that way. But I don't actually know. Like, we could run into some really, really hairy functions and we could get stuck on them for months. Maybe, and like I said in the video, maybe we'll just get bored and give up after a while. But I think that if the current pace keeps going, I think it could be done next year. Oh yeah, Shrekathon. So overall, I think it went really well. I was having fun every day. I was like, even though like I might have appeared to get like really frustrated with some of the games, I was enjoying it though. I have a real soft spot for terrible games, and I have a real soft spot for terrible games with other people, like hanging out, and that's what I've in the past I've invited friends over, and I'm just like, hey, want to play Teletubbies for the PS1? And like some people are like, oh no, and then other people are like, oh yeah, and I feel like if you're like, oh yeah, then we probably get along really well. And so I have a really, like I said, I have a really soft spot for playing, even if they're really frustrating, for playing kind of goofy games and sharing that experience with people, with other people. So I had a lot of fun. Part of me, so it went for 5 days, and I didn't know how long it was going to go. I was preparing for it to be, theoretically weeks long. And I feel like I was 50% sad that it ended, and 50% like just because I was like I said, I was getting a little bit. I was every day. I was like, oh, I'm a little bit tired. I'm a little bit more tired than yesterday. It was just it was an interesting sensation I hadn't had before, where it was so I was 50% like, I'm gonna sleep for a really long time, and then 50% like, oh, I want to keep going. It was a really interesting thing. So I would my plan is I do want to do more stuff like that. Like I said, I might attempt a 100% run of Shrek Xbox 2001. I think I want to try beating Shrek Swamp Kart Speedway. It won't be in the form of a subathon, but it may be in the form of like a really long stream where I try to do that. Because I had a lot of fun. So those are things I think I want to do before the end of Shrektober, essentially. How long did you actually sleep once it ended? I'm trying to think, because it didn't end at sleep time per se for me. So I think I might have sat down and watched a movie or something. I think my sleep was something like 10 hours, which is unusual for me. Usually I sleep for somewhere between 6 to 7 hours. So it is long, but but like it's kind. I feel like it was kind of like a big vacation in a way. I know that sounds really weird, but like, a vacation can be simultaneously tiring but a lot of fun, and I feel like that's kind of what it was like for me. It was tiring, but it was a lot of fun. So I'd love to do stuff similar to that again. I wish I could function really 6 to 7 hours of sleep. I actually function worse generally if I sleep more. If I sleep for like more than 8 hours, I'll wake up feeling really groggy, and I'll just be like groggy all day. I feel like 6 to 7 is kind of like optimal for me, but I know it's different for every person. Being able to sleep on 6 hours sounds nice. My body says 10 hours or bust. I do know, yeah, there are people who are like that. I think just everyone's different. More sleep makes a lot of people more tired. Yeah, I mean, I've heard, and this is just what I've heard, sleep is like a really weird thing. We don't know, I feel like we still don't know a lot about sleep. Like, in theory, I think we don't actually know 100% why we even need to sleep. But, yeah, but I've heard, so anyway, take whatever I'm about to say with a grain of salt. But, I've heard that it's not so much, it's a little bit, well, it's like, let's say 50% how much you sleep and 50% like how you wake up. Like if you wake up in the middle of a REM cycle, you'll be a lot groggier than if you're, you know, between cycles. That's what I've heard. Don't get me started on dreams. Stuff's crazy. Yeah, dreams are weird as well. Thankfully, I feel like nowadays my dreams are fairly, they're not super weird. I've had dreams in the past where I would constantly, something would happen in the dream, and I would constantly have to, like, day after day, I would wake up and be like, I have to check myself and be like, did that really happen or was that a dream? Because it would be something, it would often be something that I wanted to happen, like career-wise, or something like that, and I have to wake up and be like, wait, did that happen? Was that real? And yeah, that was weird. That's weird when that happens. Thankfully, I've never been the kind of person who gets a lot of nightmares. I have had dreams where bad things happen, and then I kind of like waking up from those because it's like, oh, thank God, you know, life is actually not that bad. Whereas if I have a really good dream and I wake up and I'm like, oh man, I'm still here again with this shit again. You know what I mean? Have I ever had sleep paralysis? No, but I know a lot of people who have told me about it. Yeah, no, I haven't had it though. Why do I always wake up when the dream is starting to get good? True. I almost feel like that's part of it. It's like, yeah, it's like, because it's getting good and you're just like, wow, is this really happening? And then you wake up and you're like your brain is like, nope, no it isn't. Yeah. A dream journal's real, or did Shark Boy and Lava Girl make it up? I'm sure they're real. There are times I've had ideas while dreaming and been like, oh, that's a really good idea. And then I'll wake up and I'll be like, I'll forget it. So there was a time when I was like, I'm going to write down what happened in my dream just so I don't forget this time. So I would wake up and I'd be like, oh, I should write that down. I'd write it down immediately and then I'd go back to sleep. And when I would wake up, I would have written the most nonsensical bullshit. I would be like, that wasn't a good idea at all. I feel like it's probably the kind of it's kind of like having ideas while you're high or something. They seem like the greatest ideas at the time, but then as soon as you're sober again, you're just like, oh, actually, I don't know about that one. Yeah. I always remember crusty, corrupted real-life music from my dreams. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I know that dreams, I believe, scientifically, is they're just like neurons firing in your brain. So, in theory, like, they'll be different for everyone, and they'll be different based on your experience, what you're doing at the time. Yeah, so it's some weird shit, yeah. I once woke up at 3 AM and opened the camera app to describe my dream in a video. Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's, yeah, sleep and dreams, I don't know. Weird shit, basically. Whenever I'm sick, I always have some dream about everything in experience, or everything in existence fusing together and freaking out. Whoa. Yeah, I don't know if I've had fever dreams. I don't know if I've had, like, some people, maybe this is just a joke in television. People are like, they have a bad dream and they're like, I'm never having Chinese food ever again. Like, I've never had a food-induced dream. Then again, I don't know if those are real, or like I said, if it's just like a TV meme, like, everything tastes like chicken. Like, I don't know if I've had anything that really tastes like chicken. I can donate -$4. Can you actually? Well, it didn't show up, so it can't be that bad. Is KDE better than GNOME? I mean, it's all personal preference, but yeah, I like KDE more than GNOME. GNOME to me, so KDE to me feels like it's the Windows of desktop environments, and GNOME to me feels like it's the Mac of desktop environments, where in theory, GNOME might be a little bit cleaner and more aesthetic, but it also like locks a lot of features away from you, a lot of customization away from you that I don't appreciate. So for me, I use KDE. Wouldn't donating negative money be stealing? Wait, yeah, does that mean you got $4 from me? In which case, that is a bug. That's a problem. I accept my defeat. Matt's opinion is always right. Hey, I didn't say you can't enjoy GNOME. I'm just saying that was my view. I still. No! You got all your sub money back. That's unacceptable. What's my social security number? 8675309. The other night I had a dream where some weird white silhouette was appearing and disappearing in my room, and I woke up and realized that it had been blinking in tune with my computer's power button, which had been lighting up the whole room while the PC was in sleep mode. Interesting. Yeah, I've had that before. I've had in my last apartment, you guys might remember this from some of my streams, there were always people like leaf blowing outside. I don't know what their schedule was, but it felt like it was like 4 days a week, every week. There would be people. It would be like mowing the lawn, or mowing the grass. I guess it's not a lawn if it's an apartment complex, but there was grass around, and so they would be cutting the grass or mowing the grass, weed whacking, blowing the grass off the sidewalk, and like this happened like day after day, and it would always be it was always be really loud, and I always get really annoyed. And there was a time when I was slept in really late, because they started doing it, I think 8 o'clock as well, which actually is not that late. It's like a lot of people would probably still be asleep at 8 o'clock, but I guess for functioning members of society, they might wake up at if they have like a 9 to 5. I guess they'd be up earlier than that. But sometimes I, a non-functioning member of society, would be up later than 8 o'clock, and I would hear sometimes the leaf blower in my dreams, and I would be like, "Oh, this again!" Like, but I wouldn't be in my apartment. I would be somewhere else, and I'd be like, but I'd hear the leaf. I'm like, "What's going on here?" And then I would wake up, and I'd be like, "Oh, okay, I get it." Terrible. You ever get the feeling of falling asleep while at a desk? Not at a desk. I certainly have that. I mean, I know everyone has this experience where you're starting to fall asleep, and what will usually happen to me is I'll be like walking somewhere in my dream, and I'll suddenly trip, and I'll fall, and I'll feel like I'm falling, and then I'll be kicked awake. That I'm fairly certain that's a universal experience. That kick awake. I moved into this house when the neighborhood was being built, so for the first few years I would wake up to construction noises. Oof, yeah, that too. Thankfully, this apartment, there are pros and cons. There are things that are better about this apartment and things that are worse. I think some things that are worse are that the windows are a lot smaller, so I get less daylight, which probably affects my mood. And I'm also on a upper floor. In the last apartment I was on the bottom, so it was easy to move stuff in. I'm on an upper floor now, so it's a little bit harder, but that's not so bad because there's an elevator. But one of the pros certainly is that it's a lot less noisy. Like sometimes you'll hear people going by, but in general, I feel like it's quieter here, which is ironic because technically I moved deeper into the city. I was kind of in suburbs before, So it's ironic that deeper in the city it's quieter, but I think it's mostly because, well, there's two things. I was in suburbs, but I was literally right next to. Sorry, I know you guys heard a notification. I was like right next to a freeway, so that was like making noise all day. I'm not like that. I'm not there anymore, and there's no leaf blowers outside. So, I think last night I was infiltrating a pirate ship in my dream. Then I got found out and nearly shot, and then woke up. Good times. Whoa! What is this? Some Goonies shit? But nice. That's a fun dream. Your body is not in a comfortable place to fall asleep, so it jolts you awake. Yeah, maybe that might be it. I don't know. What the theory that I've heard is that brains are kind of weird. Like, I've heard it described that your brain it's basically like a piece of steak that figured out how to think. So there's a lot of weird stuff that your brain does that's not exactly logical. And I think one of those things I've heard, at least, is that you, like, if your blood flow starts to slow down as you sleep, and your brain sort of feels like maybe you're dying, and so it like jerks you awake to make sure you're not dying. That's a theory I've heard. Again, I think all of these are theories, because I think we know that we need sleep, but I think we don't exactly know why or what it does for us. I know that it's something to do with the brain and like cleaning up. That's another theory though, I think, like cleaning up after a day of thinking, because the way it feels is that we've run out of energy, and that's why we need to sleep. But in theory, we consume the same amount of energy when we're sleeping as when we're awake. So it's not necessarily energy conservation. So what is it? The brain doesn't know very much about itself. Yeah, that's weird, because like I've always thought it's kind of weird that like there's the part of your brain that's you, and you can think and you can like do stuff. But then there's the part of your brain that you can't. Like there's a part of your brain that, like, I don't know, tells your heart to keep beating, and you can't tell that to stop, which is probably good, but you have no control over that, even though it's up there somewhere, or that's doing a lot of things, but you don't necessarily control it. It's interesting. It's weird. Cleaning up after a day of thinking, is that just inside out? Yeah, I mean, true. Matt is avoiding the XFCE question. What's the XFCE question? Oh, opinion on XFCE. I don't really have one. The last time I used XFCE was in 2012. I think I used Ubuntu on a ThinkPad in 2012. And it was, like, at that time, I'd say, it was pretty good. Like, at that time, I was just trying random Linux distros. I would just bounce from, like, Linux Mint to, I don't know if I ever used Ubuntu, but Linux Mint to Xubuntu. I'm trying to think, what else would I have used? Maybe it was it just those two? I feel like there must have been more than that, but my memory was like, yeah, this is usable, and then I installed something else because I wasn't being very committal here. I was just trying different shit because I was like, my first experience with Linux, I think. I haven't used it any time recently though, so I can't say. I feel like I know it's like really stripped down. I feel like I might find it too stripped down. I'm a big I like my, some people criticize the GNOME and KDE on Linux for being too bloated and heavy, but I feel like I might need the conveniences of a bloated and heavy UI. I think if it's too stripped back, I think I'd be a little bit annoyed. But I don't know. I've never used it. Not never used it. Haven't used it recently. That's what I meant to say. Custom brain firmware. True. Can I just install Linux on my brain? That'd be kind of fun. XFCE is sadly unusable if you have a modern monitor with higher than average DPI. I see, yeah. I mean, that's been a pain point on Linux for a while. But yeah, I guess it's gotten a lot better. My laptop is a high DPI monitor, so and that runs Linux and it works pretty well now. I know it didn't always. I know fairly recently high DPI was a bit of a struggle. Ubuntu sounds like an African language, or maybe something Musk came up with. I think Ubuntu is actually an African word. It means like, wait, what does it mean? It's what does Ubuntu mean? I went to a quality that includes the essential human virtues, compassion and humanity. It certainly sounds like tech marketing. Oh, it means humanity, right? That's it. I want to install Linux to my brain and deal with poorly maintained package managers for my life. Based. I have to say, I know I'm gonna be that guy. I know, but I find that the package managers on Arch are actually pretty well maintained. I know. I get it. This, I know this is me right now. I get it, alright? You don't have to tell me. I've only ever had one Manjaro moment in the year I've run it on my laptop. Oh yeah? I feel like my setup is fairly, like, I've gotten so used to the way it works now that I'm just like, I don't know if I can use anything else anymore. Like, yeah. Manjaro breaking packages. Ah, I see, yeah. I use Windows, by the way. You mean you use what 90% of the population uses? No way! Yeah. Anyways, so I wanted to talk about some of the stuff I've been working on, because one of the things I did do over this last week that I was inadvertently off stream, because again, I was trying to stream. My plan was to get back on stream on Friday, and the whole weekend passed. I think what happened was on Friday I fell down a bit of a rabbit hole, which I'll get into in a minute. And so when I fall down a rabbit hole and when I start to hyperfixate on some kind of project, it's over. That's what I'm doing from when I wake up till I go to sleep. It's just, that's it. I think that's why I didn't stream on Friday. And on Saturday, my friends, the friends I have are like, they're really good friends, but they're the kinds of friends who are very impromptu about plans. They'll call you up that day and be like, hey, do you want to do something in like an hour? And if you're not ready, I mean, you can say no, obviously, but like, so to hang out, you have to be like ready to just drop everything and be like, yes, let's go. I'm free today. Let's do something. And I was considering streaming on Saturday, but I was like, you know what? I've been on stream for 5 days, then I was off just kind of resting and doing other projects for 3 days. I should probably have some like real life person interaction. Maybe I should take advantage of this opportunity, like to to spend time with a person. So that's why I didn't stream on Saturday. And then yesterday, some bullshit happened with my bathroom. I don't know how this happens, but like, have you ever had a bathroom sink and like sewage water like comes up from the bottom and then it goes away, and then so for like so you just get this layer of filth, like just covering the bottom of your sink. I was like, Like, and I didn't even see it happen. I mean, but I've seen this happen in my last apartment as well. Though it happened in the shower. So that is not meant to, I know. I don't know how. I didn't see it happen, but I know this pattern that like the water comes up and it's like filthy brown water, and then it goes away, but it leaves residue behind. And so I'm like, oh god, because I have to clean this now, and it doesn't just go away with like just water. So I have to like get in there and scrub it. But I just joined him. That is like a layer of filth around your sink. I'm not proud to have to say this happened to me, but I'd run out of gloves. So I had to, and I was like, well, I'm not touching this without gloves. I might dig around in a cockroach-filled PS3 without gloves, but I'm not touching probably shit water without gloves. So I had to go out. I had to get some gloves, and I had to get some other things. So I was cleaning, and it wasn't just. So I cleaned I had to clean my sink, and then that extended to cleaning everything. I was just like, well, while I'm here, I may as well clean, the toilet and the shower and the tub as well. So it became a whole day of cleaning. And then by the time I was done, I was kind of like, well, I could go live, but I feel like everyone's going to be asleep. I'm never sure if I should, like, if it gets way past like EU bedtime, I'm never sure if I should be like, should I just stream anyway, or is like, do I have any non-EU viewers? Yeah. How can you ever wash anything in that sink ever again, considering there might have been shit water in there? Look, I feel like I cleaned it relatively thoroughly. I'm not gonna eat off that sink or anything, right? I'm not gonna like, I'm not about to lick the sink, but I feel like it was cleaner, it looks acceptable. I will wash my hands and brush my teeth in that sink, but I'm not gonna like touch it and like I'm not doing. Not gonna be like that, all right? I did not take a dump in the sink. Stop saying that. It's not my shit water. At least I don't think it is. I guess I don't know whose it is because it came up. It's not supposed to come up. Did you look under a microscope? No, I probably should have done like some DNA testing to figure out whose it was, and then I'd like knock on their door and be like, "Yo, you indirectly shit in my sink, all right? Don't wash your vegetables in that sink. Don't worry, it's the bathroom sink. It's not the kitchen sink. The kitchen sink is fine, so far. We'll see, I guess. But yeah, I do not shit in the sink. Stop spreading that rumor." Yeah, if it's visually good, I can forget in a few days and try my best not to remember. I love the head in the sand principle. Was it the ostrich principle or whatever? What do they call that? Ostrich effect. That's it. Excellent. You must destroy your apartment with fire now. It's connected to the sink. Don't worry. I'm only committed to be here for 12 months. All right? Okay? So after by next July, I'll find a place that will. Hopefully, the sink was not filled in shit water at one point. Yeah, that was not my favorite thing to have to deal with, and it was just like, oh god, I knew it was gonna be a thing. I had to go I have to clean it. I have to go out and get gloves. I have to, I knew it was like this is gonna be the next few hours of my life. So. Flesh-eating shit bacteria is a thing, Like I said, I cleaned it. I used, I don't know what you call it, like spray disinfectant stuff. Like, I think it's gonna be fine. I think. All right. You know what? Honestly, if there's like brain-eating bacteria in there, I'll just die sooner. And what's the downside in that? Yeah. I left the stream for a few minutes to go to make lunch. I came back to sewage sink discussions. Oh god, your poor lunch. Yeah. So that was my yesterday. That's why I didn't stream yesterday. That's why I didn't stream Saturday and Friday. I have no excuse. I just fucked up, right? He used protection. I did. I put on a hand condom, right, on both hands. That reminds me of a few months ago when I got the deal of a lifetime on an old Pentium 3 ThinkPad. The seller didn't show the fucking mold on the laptop in the listing. My god, it may have been semen. There's a meme in one of the YouTubers I used to watch. They used to play flash games on Newgrounds, and one of them was Meat and Fuck Kingdom, which is a real game, and the Newgrounds reviews on that game are wild. There was one called like, because it's a porn game, obviously. And one of the comments said something like, "Yes, Meat and Fuck Kingdom. It's a porn game on Newgrounds. It's actually a series of porn. It's a franchise of porn games on Newgrounds." And then one of the comments said something like, "Nice game. My laptop is full of cum." So maybe you got that guy's laptop. Maybe it was his. So, Meat and Fuck Shrek Edition. Hell yeah, yeah. There was like Meat and Fuck. Kingdom is like the Game of Thrones fantasy version. Meat and Fuck like Star Mission, the like space themed one. Let me be clear, I don't play these games. I only know them because I watch this YouTube channel, alright? I'm no Meat and Fuck connoisseur. I've just heard about them, okay? Alright? Let's get that clear. I don't play these, alright? Say it with me. I don't play these games. No, Stop saying sure. No, I don't play them, alright? Stop saying I play them. Okay, anyway. Yeah, oh god, what have I done? Anyway. No, I'm only asking for a friend. I know it's a friend of a friend knows about them. That's why. Anyway. Is semen conductive? I don't know if this is helpful for people eating lunch either, but let me think. Is it? I guess it's like the salts in the sea, in the water that make it conductive. So I guess it could be. It could be. It's water-based. Yeah, it must be. Well, I mean, because I feel like isn't it in theory that like if you had pure water, like you distilled the water, isn't it in theory it wouldn't necessarily be conductive then? But I doubt your body distills the water before it makes the semen. I couldn't get them working on Linux. Not that I tried or anything. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, your body has a lot of ions in it. Yeah, true. Still conductive after it dries. I feel like theoretically, that's a good question. I actually don't. This is a part of physics I'm not sure about. I want to say, I mean, the conducting stuff is still in there, but I guess if it's not liquid, it can't really. Like, liquid is just a good conductor of stuff in general. Like, it's a good conductor of heat as well. So maybe it needs that medium to do it, right? What are we talking about now? I really did this to myself. Why are we talking about this? It's a good question. Let's move on. The arms need to be able to move. Yeah, that makes sense. All right. let's move on. Let's see, what have I been working on these past couple of days? Because that is kind of the first thing I did after I stopped streaming. I was just like, all right, I'm going to spend a whole day on something now, just because I can. It's pretty analogous to your toilet. We're just swirling the base. I mean, yes. Yes. All right. So there's a couple things. I might do some of this stuff on stream one day. I've been selling off some of my collection because I just don't need as much as I have. Like some of the stuff I just picked up because it was cheap, or like I made a video. It was like I'll make a video one day, or I'll buy something and I'll like flip it later on, but I haven't gotten around to doing it. And so I'm going through my collection, finding all the stuff that's still broken, because I've gone through phases where I'm just like, I'll just go over on like Facebook Marketplace and I'll just buy stuff that's broken because it's cheap, and I'll be like, that could make a good video one day, and I never make a video about it. So I'm going through my stuff and just trying to figure out what I have and what works and what doesn't. And I think I might try to like look and repair some of this stuff on stream. Is that a kitchen? It is, but don't worry, no shit water has been in it. Only the bathroom. And we don't have the hidden bathroom cam set up yet. No, not another Shrek game. I haven't played any more Shrek games. So I have these two PS2s, which I've learned are both broken. I bought this one because I was like, did they really make a green PS2? Like, this was all they showed me. It was just a top-down view in the photo. I was like, based, I want a green PS2. Turns out it's fake. It's a silver PS2, but they just put some skin on the top. I'm a little bit unhappy about it because it's like not in the greatest condition. I don't know if you'll be able to see it, but there's like a lot of scratches in it. Yeah, you can kind of see it there. I almost wish I could take it off, but it might be ogre. Like, can I really? What are the chances of me actually being able to peel this off? It feels incredibly stuck to it, and like around the edges, it's like, yeah, it's all like, it's kind of tattered around the edges. I don't love it, but I'm not sure if there's anything I can do about it. I have a PS2 and it doesn't look anything like that shit. You probably have a fat PS2, which is generally the better investment. These are the later slim ones. Every console, they make slim versions because they well, if something is smaller and they can downsize the electronics, it becomes cheaper to manufacture. It's also kind of cool to have, like, you know, to have electronics in a smaller footprint, but I feel like that's generally the motivation for them. The second memory card port, yeah, that is an issue with this one. This one has its memory cards ports intact, and these are both broken in different ways. This one, I think the button is like stuck. It doesn't click at all. So I don't. It might be fine. Maybe just the button is broken, but I don't know. And then this one seems to be actually broken. I don't know. Like, the button is fine, but I don't exactly know what happened to this one. Are they the same model? This is a 70002. Yeah, these are both Australian as well. I shipped these all the way over the Pacific Ocean. And this is a 75002. So they're slightly different models. Technically, so the thing about slim PS2s. Oh yeah, less heat. Yeah. The thing about someone said it's a Shrek PS2. It kind of is, actually. Maybe what I need to do is, rather than peel it off, I need to like it's really stuck on. Maybe instead of peel it off, I need to just enhance it. I need to find some Shrek stickers and just like wallpaper them. That'll make it a lot more aesthetically consistent. Slim PS2s are garbage for modding, right? Yes and no. So here's the thing: they can still be modded, but what they lack. Okay, so here's a couple things. So theoretically, the Slim PS2s are as moddable. The mod chips work, and the soft mod works just as well. The difference is that the fat PS2s can have a hard drive in them. and you can load games off the hard drive. Now, a slim PS2, they got rid of the expansion port. Now, what's interesting about it is, I'll bring this up. PS2, I think it's list of PS2 models. I've seen this page before. Yeah, the console mods page. Here we go. So, interesting. So, what's interesting is the first original 7000 series, which is one of these. That's this one. They actually do have the expansion port on the board still. It just doesn't actually connect to anything. But if you, well, actually, I guess it's not the expansion port. They still have the hard drive connector on the board. It's just not connected to anything. So if you solder all like 20 pins of an IDE cable to the board, you can actually still get a hard drive in these things. By the 75 series, 7500, then they dropped that stuff. That's when they started, downsizing and dropping stuff. These models are also a little bit worse compatibility-wise because with the 700, they still had the original PS1 CPU. If you don't know, the PS2 had a fully functional PS1 CPU in it, and it used it as the I/O processor. So it handled the USB, the FireWire, the expansion port, all the like bonus PS2 stuff. And then when it switched into PS1 mode, that became the main CPU, and all that I/O was disabled because you don't need it for the PS1. For the slim PS2, they decided that was too expensive, so they replaced it with just a PowerPC processor called Decade, and now it's emulating the PS1 CPU. So there are games that do not work on like this series onwards, and that do work on all these. Apparently, over time, the models got better, like the compatibility got better, but I'm not exactly sure how or to what extent. This just says that like the compatibility issues with this one, improved compatibility here, and then here is the maybe it only improved a little bit. Maybe it only improved here. And you don't want a last model slim, a final model, because they finally patched the soft mod in this one. Up until here, it's fine, but these are pretty rare anyway. I mean, they were manufacturing these for a long time, but this was all post PS3, so they weren't super popular. However, if you don't need the hard drive, technically the slims are still fine. If you're playing games off a Samba server, like a network storage, and you play off Ethernet, the slims are perfectly fine in that regard. And the Ethernet is it's slightly slower, I believe, than the hard drive, but only slightly. It's for the most part about as good. It's definitely faster than the USB, my god. And in that sense, it may even be better, if you plan on playing off Ethernet, it may even be better to get a slim one because they come with the Ethernet port. For the PS2, you have to have the network adapter, you have to have the extra hardware. So that's a brief rundown of of the slim models and which ones are good, which ones are good for modding, and which ones are less good for modding. In theory, reliability-wise, I believe that even though these are the best slims for modding, they're in theory, I think, the worst compatibility-wise because they still run kind of hot. Mechacon crash and overheating. So they got more reliable over time, but they also got less moddable over time, or less good at modding, and less compatible with PS1 games. Network is way faster on seek time than CDVD, or maybe even HDD if spinning Rust. Rockstar games tend to seek too much. That's probably true. Yeah, I could believe that. I mean, it will all depend on the situation, like what kind of hard drive you're using, what kind of network storage you're using. In theory, you could just have one of these with a Raspberry Pi and an SD card, and then just wire them up locally with Ethernet. In theory, the Decade could allow for a better ODE if one could write a CD/DVD man replacement for it directly. Interesting. Yeah, I could believe that. I don't know if... Do you think anyone is actually going to write an ODE for the PS2? Because I feel like because we've already got OPL, Open PS2 Loader, there may not be enough demand to write something like that. Though I would be interested in something like that because I'd want to run PS1 games. I keep a Slim around for region-free playback. My FAT doesn't support Megaprone. Oh yeah, I think the early, isn't it right that the early models of Megaprone don't support Megaprone? That's interesting. It's only a few middle models, I think. Still wonder how many souls Rockstar sacrificed to get San Andreas running on the thing. There are some pretty impressive games on here, like I remember playing Shadow of the Colossus on the PS2, which is, I think it's a good game, and it looks good, but there are times where it runs at like 10 FPS. There are times it's a bit too much for it. I saw basic rumblings on PSX Place. Haven't really touched my PS2 since we worked on Guitar Hero 2 Deluxe. Yeah, I get that. God of War 2. Oh yeah, God of War games are pretty good looking as well. I haven't played those a lot though. You ever see the EKWB water cooling system for PS5 that mounts the whole thing in an MATX enclosure? I haven't, but I've seen stuff like that. It's kind of funny that the thermals are so bad in some of these things that you have to like glom on all this cooling. 90K models are pretty common on the Russian secondhand markets. That's interesting. I didn't know that. What's kind of cool about the 90K models is they shrunk this down so much that this model is not a 90K. Most of the Slims require an external power supply, but in the 90K they downsized it so much that they could actually fit the whole power supply inside. That's kind of fun. I like the technology involved there. But you don't necessarily want a 90K because, yeah, the soft mod doesn't work. You have to mod chip it then, which is a fucking pain in the ass. There's a 20-wire mod chip. Yo, RB3 Wii decomp, hell yeah. That's exciting. I haven't played a lot of the... Like, I got into Clone Hero a couple years ago, but I haven't gone back and played any of the like backlog of Guitar Hero and Rock Band games yet. I really should. I enjoy rhythm games. Like, I don't play them a lot, but I do enjoy them when I do play them. Water cooling a Slim PS2. I still kind of want to water cool my OG Xbox, but I know it's just not worth it. Like, I'm gonna have to 3D print. I'm gonna have to design and 3D print a whole mount for it. And I'm gonna have to make sure the tolerances are just right, and I'm gonna have to find a water cooler that actually fits because it's a really weird fan size. It's a 70mm fan. It's hard to find 70mm water cooling radiators. It's so much work, but it would be so cool. Have I played any of the Soulless series on Clone Hero? I don't think so. I don't know if did I lose some street cred by saying that? Overcooling. Really, overcool be cooling at NES. Jesus. Yeah. Maybe, I mean, if you just like stick a heatsink on it, that's not necessarily overkill. It's not necessarily overkill. I don't know if it actually, like, it might be completely redundant, but it's fairly easy. Rock Band 3DX is popping lately. We're pushing to release what we call V1.0. Hell yeah, congratulations. I should definitely try to give that a go. I have a friend around here who's really into rhythm games. I'll let him know. He probably knows already, honestly, because he's like tuned into this stuff. But just in case, I'll let him know. Passive water cooling, making the quietest Xbox even quieter again. I did think about it, you know. I saw these huge heat sinks, and I was just like, that would be interesting. I just don't know. I don't know if they would fit. Or I don't know. Like, again, I'm gonna have to make a custom bracket to fit them, I think. We even figured out a way to edit a DTA file, RB Rock Band game scripting language, and run it in-game without rebuilding the game files. Makes modding very nice. Yo! That's what I was trying to figure out with the SI files from that Lego Island part 2. I was trying to figure out if you could like reprogram the whole game, and you can probably get pretty far with the scripting in there, but it's clearly designed to be like hard-coded. Like there's clearly not, you're not I don't think supposed to actually make a whole game with the SIs. The QR code, yeah, it's Snake. It's Snake on a QR code. What I used to sell these on my merch store, but I ran into a problem where I realized that if you walk around with a QR code on your shirt, people will try to scan it. And you have to like sheepishly explain to them like, oh, well, you know, it doesn't actually work on a phone. I just thought it was cool. I just thought conceptually it was interesting to have a game on a QR code on a shirt. I just thought that was kind of interesting. I didn't anticipate that people would, you know, stop you in the street and be like, yo, can I scan it? And I'd have to be like, oh, no, it actually doesn't work, sorry. And then like, yeah, so I stopped. I don't sell them anymore because I was just like, that's kind of unfortunate. But I still wear them because they're comfy. Yeah. It also didn't work because of the creasing from the t-shirts. That was a factor. Like it does work on. It does work if you follow my steps and you like go up to a computer webcam and you're running the right tool, then and you do it. It will scan it. However, there is certainly an issue with a QR code needs to be square, and a shirt it's really hard to get a shirt perfectly flat. Like even now, I'm like stretching it out. It's not square. It's like it takes a lot of finagling to get it to be perfectly square so that a QR code reader will read it. If it was a smaller QR code, like less data in it, like if the pixels were bigger, I mean, it might work. It might be all right. But yeah, it's just, again, I thought I still maintain that conceptually I think it's all right to have. I think it's nifty to have a whole game on your shirt, but it becomes a little embarrassing when people try to scan it with their phones and it doesn't work on phones. Someone said make it work on a phone. I have tried actually, because here's what I've tried to do before. Have you ever seen data URLs? Like, in theory, if I'm like data : and I'm like, I don't know, text HTML, and then I write some HTML, I think this will work. Hello world. I've written that wrong, haven't I? How do data URIs work? Maybe it's like, maybe I need this stuff. Oh, maybe it's not a semicolon, it's a comma. There we go. So in theory, you can write HTML in the URL and have it appear like, yeah, you could technically write a whole HTML page just in a URL, and a QR code can store a URL. So I thought this would be really interesting to just, you know, have a game in a URL, and then people with phones could scan it because it would work in their browser. But from what I can tell, phone companies know you could do this and they've blocked it. They don't let you actually, they don't actually load data URIs from a QR code. They can read it as far as like, they can see the text, but they won't allow the user to open it up in a browser. So it could have been really cool if this actually worked. Even if it wasn't a game, even if it was just like, even this would be kind of an interesting Easter egg for people to scan the code. But I guess at that point I may as well just put like a link to my channel, right? Like, I guess it is cooler if it's a game, but yeah, it as far as I can tell, if you encode this into a QR code, the phone will not try to open it. It'll be like, well, it's text. We're not gonna perceive this as a URL. We're not going to let the user open it as a URL. Have people install Arch on their phone? True. For like security purposes, I don't know if it's security or it's just like they didn't do it. Like, maybe how their system works is that like it checks if there's HTTP in front of the URL and then it will perceive it as a link, or maybe it is an explicit like blocking, like we will not allow data URLs. I don't know why, but yeah. SMH, closing attack servers, no fun-loving freaks. That's what I'm saying. What a what a fucking travesty. Yeah. Link it to a URL that redirects to a data URL. But then I may as well just like put the game on the URL. I don't know if people will get it then. Yeah, it has to be the kind of thing that would work without the internet. I feel like that's kind of the whole point. If it needs the internet, it's just like, well, then you're just putting a link in a QR code. Everyone does that. I think you can embed JS in there too, which could potentially be dangerous, but at that point it should be the browser's responsibility. Yeah, I'm sure you could. Let's actually try it. Script. Alert. Oof. Yeah, so you can put JavaScript into it, which I would probably need to make a game. But even then, like, it's theoretically, I don't know if it's necessarily any more dangerous than having this on a website. I almost think it's what I said, that they just haven't bothered to implement data URIs. This just isn't something that people do. Yeah, I feel like probably just how it works is it's like, is this an HTTP link or an FTP link? No, then it's just text. We're not even gonna, we don't consider this a URL then. I feel like that's the most likely explanation. Again, it could be that they blocked it intentionally, but it could also just be that, you know, this is not a URL to the camera app. FTP links? No, I don't know. I'm just guessing. Who still links others? Yeah, again, I don't know. This is just I'm just making a guess to how it works. You can freeze Chromebooks if you put script while true location. Yikes! Yeah, I can imagine. My phone camera takes plain text and opens it in the browser? Really? My phone is also a Pixel and it doesn't do that, or at least it didn't do this. Unless maybe it was blocking the data URI. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how it works. I just know that it didn't work. The shirt could say to copy the text the QR gives and out in a browser. Yeah, maybe. It's a little cumbersome, but maybe. So yeah, it may just be HTTP links. It may literally just be like, if URL starts with HTTP, then, you know, maybe that's how it works. I have no idea. Actually, isn't Android open source? Maybe we could see. Is the Android camera app open source? Android camera source code GitHub. Oh, this is topics. I don't know if the Android camera is open source. Yeah. You can have a QR code, download an APK on Android, but you run into trouble with iPhones. Yeah, I guess. I mean, isn't it just like linking to a... That's still just linking to something though, isn't it? Does Android let you install stuff? I don't know. Highly doubt Android would take the PR given what I said earlier. Yeah, I know. I'm just curious, like, how it works. I agree that, like, this probably isn't something anyone wants to actually support. It's more like, if it did support it, this would be a fun exploitation of that system, but, yeah. Is the Android camera the same between every device anyways? I think you can get the same camera app, but I think some vendors do put out, like, their own. I think like Huawei has their own camera app, and you can probably get the one that's on Pixels, but I don't know. I don't know how similar they are. They all use the same API though, don't they? They all use like the Android camera API, I think. Samsung has their own, yeah. I can imagine. Don't Android vendors ship different apps and crap? Oh yeah, maybe that's a good point. Maybe a crappier OEM would ship a camera app that would allow a data URI. That would be interesting. Yeah, so it probably differs between Android phones as well. It's Google Lens that reads QR codes. Is that like... Which part is Lens? Is that an app or is that like a library? Yeah, I mean the phone landscape is a little... There's a lot of stuff in there, I'm sure, which also makes it complicated to do something like this, because something you write for one phone may very easily not run on others. Though I guess if you target the iPhone, you target like 50%. What is it? What is the current landscape? Phone market share. That's the word. Actually, before I show this, I'm gonna do a poll. What do you guys use? And then we'll compare. What do you guys use? Android, iPhone, other. And then we'll compare with like nationwide statistics. Because I feel like, here's my guess. I feel like because we're a more technical audience, we're gonna skew a little bit more towards Android than the general population. Welcome to why iOS almost always has the better version of apps. Yeah, I get it. Oh yeah, Open Camera is good. I like Open Camera. That is one thing. I remember I was briefly, like when it comes to using an iPhone as a camera, the iPhone might have it has a good camera most of the time, but it doesn't let you take quite as much control over it. I remember I was considering using, I sometimes do actually, I use a phone as an overhead camera, and I can control it from my computer through Screwkp, but I don't think you can do that with iOS. I don't think there's any way you can control it through your computer. Voting with channel points? Oh yeah, it probably shouldn't be. It probably shouldn't have been. Oh well, that's okay. Wow, we actually got 50-50. 50-50 iPhone, Android. I actually think that's about right compared to like global stats. What was the other actually? Well, our other was 1%. was that Wham and talking about Windows phones? No, I'm just kidding. I want like OS market share. It was phone OS market share, because I'm not necessarily talking about vendors here. Android is Android is high, but this is worldwide. I want like I think I want like specifically English speaking countries, because I feel like Android might be bigger in other countries than it is here by region. Let's say, I don't know, let's say United States. I know not all of you in the United States. Slight edge to iOS in the United States. Okay. So yeah, technically we skew a little bit Android, but only by about 10%. What about UK? It's a lot closer, but still slight edge to iOS. And what about Australia? I have to go under all regions to get Australia. Oh, actually very similar to United States. Certainly an edge to iOS. Yeah. Okay. We skew slightly Android, but only literally only 10%. I thought it would be more than that. I feel like Android recent versions and ghetto Android ancient versions sold on new devices are different segments. Yeah, probably. Try Europe. Well, Europe is not a country, but yeah, I guess it's probably an available region. Let's take a look. Europe, there we go. Oh wow, Europe actually use Android. I guess the thing is, Europe is what is it considering Europe? Like, is it EU or does it including like Russia and like Eastern Europe, or is it? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the breakdown would be per country, but I wonder what it's considering Europe. I use an iPhone because for most things iOS is just better, especially as a mobile platform. Europe includes Eastern Europe. Okay. Yeah, I mean, iOS I think is generally the better platform. However, I do like side loading. But hey, that's coming to iOS forcibly apparently soon. So, yeah, we'll see. Android is technically more open, but the APIs are just hot garbage. Yeah, I think it's just, like... I feel like it's the same difference between... Android is kind of like Windows, and iOS is kind of like Mac, where it's like... It's kind of like the KDE GNOME discussion. It's like, well, iOS is probably the better... it's the cleaner and more consistent OS, but it's also the one that like locks things down a lot more. I'd rather kill myself than write in Kotlin for Android. Yeah, that's a language I haven't touched. Yeah, Android is kind of like Windows and Linux because it's open source, so people can fuck around with it a lot. Whereas Windows is relatively consistent on all platforms. Do you have a home lab server? So what servers are you hosting at home? What do you mean by home lab? Is that like a specific thing, or is it just like a home server? I do have a home server. I have network attached storage. It mostly runs as file storage, but it also is, it also seeds BitTorrent. And it also runs, like I was saying, if you have like a slim PS2 and you run games off Ethernet, I have that. I can run PS2 games off the NAS. I'd like to run a little bit more on it. I'm thinking of running some more home stuff, but it's mostly I'd say it's for files and like media share and stuff like that. What's a BitTorrent? Let me just say, BitTorrent is totally legal, alright? Nothing wrong with using BitTorrent. Now, BitTorrent can be used by some people, I'm not saying who, to infringe copyright. Now, that's certainly not something I would be involved in, alright? Let's get that straight. What do I look like? Look at this face. Does this look like the face of a guy who infringes copyright? I didn't think so. Now, now I use it for perfectly legal things. Always. Every time. Always. Oh, I do. That's true. I do decompile Lego Island, which is quite literally infringing copyright. No, my nice guy facade is falling. What? I can't believe this would happen. I have to bring this up. This is really funny to me. Hang on, it's gonna take a second, but I'll get it. I'll get it. Speaking of Lego Island and decompiling it, I've alluded to this before on stream, but I've never shown it, and I feel like I need to show it. Give me one sec. Now, Hang on. I'm getting there. Steam and other legal platforms use PTP torrent mechanisms to distribute. Oh, that's interesting. That makes sense. I mean, I actually like torrents as a general like distribution platform. I like the idea of not centralizing or of decentralizing the bandwidth, I suppose. I think that's actually kind of cool for like sharing really big files, widespread. But I get it that a lot of the time, decentralizing the bandwidth makes it harder to DMCA it. I get it. All right. Is decompiling really against copyright? I think Nintendo would take down high-profile cases like Super Mario 64. We've gone into this on stream before. Yes, in theory, decompiling is making decompiling is probably permissible. Distributing it is probably distributing a derived work from a copyrighted material. So we've gone into this before. Essentially, there are no laws in the United States that say decompiling is legal. Most end-user license agreements will say it's illegal or say it's not, you shouldn't do it, and you agree to an end-user license agreement. Most places will tell you that end-user license agreements are not entirely enforceable. Speaking of which, that brings us to this. I think, oh, no? Where did I see it then, actually? Have I just wasted everyone's time? Oh yeah. Oh, never mind. I'm completely misremembering this. Here's an example though. So this is the DirectX API. This is the license to DirectX. It actually quite explicitly says this is you are authorized to make and use copies of this. Here we go. Microsoft reserves all rights not expressly granted. You may not reverse engineer, decompile, or disassemble the redistributable code, except and only to the law notwithstanding its limitations. So there is no law that says, in the United States, that says you can reverse engineer, decompile, or disassemble. So in theory, you're in violation of this agreement that you signed by accepting it, and in theory, a decompilation is derived from copyright. Now, there are situations where if it's changed enough, it may fall under fair use. There are situations in the EU. The EU actually does have a decompilation law that says, yes, hosting on GitHub would count as distributing it, yes. The EU does have a law that says you can decompile if you need to fix a bug or you need it to interoperate with something else, like for interoperability. However, it also stipulates that you should only decompile the parts that you need, and there's nothing in there about being allowed to distribute it on GitHub. So yeah, it's again, as some people said, it's kind of a gray area. To the letter of the law, it's probably not legally permissible. However, would it fall under fair use in some situations? Quite possibly. Yo, Jebster, thanks for the Prime sub. Thanks for the Bezos bucks. I really appreciate it. Enjoy your feet emote and head emote. Because that's all we give here is feet and head. Because you definitely can only decompile the part you need. Yeah, I mean, if you got sued and were like, well, I needed to decompile the whole thing to fix all these bugs, then it's probably a reasonable explanation. You ever think about how Microsoft names language C# and it's the complete opposite of C? I guess, I mean, anyone can co-opt the letter C, right? And use it for their language. Yeah, the thing is that a lot of this stuff, there are not explicit laws about it, at least in the United States, and there are few precedent-setting cases. Like if this went to court, we would have to then we might set a precedent to is reverse engineering a 20-year-old game allowed when the developer stops maintaining it. Currently, the law says no, but again, depending on the circumstance, it might fall under fair use. If it was changed enough, it might fall under that EU stipulation of you can decompile if you need to fix something. But yeah, so we would need a precedent-setting case, and that was what interested me about the GTA Take-Two case, was that that could have been a precedent-setting case as far as if Take-Two wins, then we've pretty definitively decided that doing this sort of thing is not legal. If the modders won, then we would have decided that maybe it is. Well, in that circumstance, maybe it is permissible. But we never really have had that. Mostly what we're doing right now as modders is we're mostly kind of sitting in the abandonware gray area, which is technically, but to the letter of the law, infringing copyright, but hoping that the publisher doesn't care. Because most of the time, there is a certain point where, if you're paying a guy to browse the internet and take down projects, you may be paying him more than you're actually making off that game at this point. At which point, the company doesn't care. Technically, they'd be in their legal rights to pursue it, but they don't really care. That's abandonware, basically. And so most of us, lawsuits are really expensive. So most of us are kind of just guessing and hoping that we're doing what we can to not get sued in the first place. Stuff like fair use is a legal defense. That's what you use when you're in court. But most of us are just trying to get there trying not to get there in the first place. It would be nice, of course, to have some kind of decompilation law in place, but no such luck right now. I mean, in the United States, at least. Sorry, I'm back now. Can we continue discussing how you poop in the sink? I did not. It was not my shit, as far as I know. It wasn't me. Someone else. I'm gonna go down everyone's door and I'll be like, was it yours? What I should have done is I should have taken a sample and I've been like, "Did this you?" No, I know. No, I shouldn't have done that. Anyway. I did nothing. Chat, stop spreading this rumor. I did nothing to the sink, okay? I cleaned the sink, all right? I was the good guy, right? Decompile DNA. If only. Can we decompile my brain? That would probably fix a couple things. Decompile sleep. That would be good. Let's reverse engineer sleep. That might figure out a few things. I did not do it. It's not true. It's bullshit. I did not shit in the sink. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark. Yeah, anyway. So yeah, there is an interesting case that I always bring up. I always bring the same case up. People are probably sick to death of me bringing this up. But there was a case in, I think, the 70s between Intel and NEC. Yeah, back in actually not the 70s, this was 1990. So I guess technically this happened in the 80s, but the case was in 1990, where NEC, or Intel, felt like NEC just copied the microcode of the 8086 processor. It appears they looked at the compiled assembly code for the 8086, or the microcode for the 8086 processor, and didn't just reuse it, but they looked at that and wrote their own code, essentially decompiling or reverse engineering it to write their NEC v20 clone. And what the judge ruled was that their initial revisions, the ones that they just, rewrote from the Intel code, would have constituted a copyright violation. However, over time, they changed it up enough. It's like that meme, can I copy your homework? Yeah, just change it up enough so they don't know we copied. They changed it up enough to the point where the later product, although derived from the former, was sufficiently different that it could be considered free of copyright violations. So that's if any of us got sued for any of these projects, that's probably where we would hope to end up. That we were either sufficiently different or otherwise justified in it may have early on constituted a copyright violation, but through some other means, like either we changed it up enough or we fixed some bugs or we do something that could only have been done through decompilation, it became permissible. That's our best hope in US law. So that's why I say most of the time it's just about trying not to get sued in the first place. Just add a lot of spaces in the code. True! Yeah. Microcode of Theseus. Yeah, I have heard people describe decompilation as that it's kind of like, because you're taking each bit and rewriting it so that it's kind of like it's Ship of Theseus. If you don't know what Ship of Theseus is, it's a thought experiment where if you I'll just read this. I'll probably butcher the explanation. An object which has had all of its original components replaced, is that the same object? So, according to legend, Theseus, the mythical Greek founder, king of Athens, rescued the children of Athens from King Minos after slaying the Minotaur and then escaped onto a ship going to Delos. Every year, the Athenians commemorated this by taking the ship on a pilgrimage, and a question was raised by ancient philosophers after several centuries of maintenance: if each individual part of Ship of Theseus was replaced at one at a time, was it still the same ship? And essentially the idea of decomp is that, yeah, you're rewriting each bit. So is it the same thing? Well, kind of, sort of, but not exactly. It's not the same. It's not like you just leaked some source code. Yeah. I swear I've heard about the Ship of Theseus like 10 times this month. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a common thought experiment. It's like, don't our cells entirely regenerate every 7 years? So are you the same person? It is a Vsauce. When someone said Vsauce, it is a Vsauce question. Are you the same person you were 8 years ago if all your cells have regenerated? I mean, kind of, but also... yeah. This is where LEGO's lawyers come to you with a document that basically says, hey, great work on fixing up our old game. We're behind this 100% and are searching our archives for material that may be of great use. That would be nice. I mean, we kind of know... So the reason why I'm so open about this decomp is that we kind of know more or less that LEGO doesn't care. We know that LEGO has had some trouble before with LEGO Universe. I think the community tried to revitalize. I think it was an MMO, and LEGO came down hard on that. I think their concern was that maybe LEGO Universe was making money off it, and they really don't like that. But we kind of know that LEGO has confirmed in basically all but writing that they consider LEGO Island abandonware. They don't really care about it. One of the first links when you Google LEGO Island is like an abandonware download link that they've never taken down. They never actually got, according to legend, they never actually got a copy of the source code from Mindscape. So in theory, we'd enable them to remaster the game if they wanted to, because we would give them the source code that they never got. So yeah. So I don't know. I know that the big question then is, if decompilation is so sketchy legal-wise, why is Super Mario 64 still up? And I don't know, because obviously they could just DMCA it. Here's the thing though. It doesn't necessarily have to be illegal for them to DMCA it. Like, a Let's Play is illegal? maybe, but they still DMCA'd them. So I think it's not necessarily about like that they can't. I actually feel like that they're choosing not to, but I don't know why. Is it because they got into so much hot water over the Let's Play stuff? Are they thinking like, oh, that was bad PR, let's try to, be a little bit more permissive this time? I don't know. I really don't know in the Nintendo SM64 case. I mean, Take-Two DMCA'd the fuck out of the GTA decomp, so clearly they could if they wanted to. I don't know why they don't. Do you see Sakurai is going to make a Let's Play? Sure. I assume they don't want to make case law that doesn't work for them. Yeah, maybe. Maybe they think it's got too many... maybe they feel like if this went to court and it ended up that the decomp was fair use, that, the floodgates would open. Maybe that's how they feel. I don't know. Or maybe they feel... Yeah, or they feel it's bad PR, or they feel like maybe they feel like it would be hard to prove. Like if you sue someone, maybe they feel like it would be difficult to prove that it was derived. Well, I don't know. I feel like it wouldn't be difficult to prove that. Like a lot of these N64 decomp repos have the original assembly in the repo, so I feel like it would be fair, and like I feel like it'd be fairly easy to prove that. I don't know. I don't know. That is the big question. Is like why did Nintendo not pull a Take-Two? Since your last stream, my country got in war. Oof, is that you in Israel? Damn. Sometimes I feel like companies sue knowing they would lose, but the defendant would have the money. Yeah, I think that's what happened with the Take-Two case. I genuinely think, because they dropped it eventually. If you don't know what happened to that case, Take-Two sued the GTA 3 decompilers, and then eventually they just, after like 2 years, not two, like a year and a half, they just dropped the case. I wanted to see how that was going to turn out, because I wanted to see if there was going to be any like precedent set by that. But, but eventually they just dropped the case, and I think literally all they wanted to do was block the decomp long enough for them to sell the GTA Remastered trilogy on the Switch, because the Switch port seemed to be their biggest issue, which was ironic. Ironically, that wasn't even part of the original decomp. That was like a fork that someone else had done. But it seemed like they thought that they really wanted this game to sell well on the Switch, and they didn't appreciate that GTA 3 and Vice City were on the Switch without them, without their involvement. And so that, like, if you read the case, they make a big deal about the Switch port. And so it seems like they basically just wanted to block the decomp for as long as possible to sell a lot of copies of the remastered trilogy on the Switch. And as soon as they figured they'd done that enough, they dropped the case. That seems to be what happened. Though maybe they reached a settlement in the sense that, like, the GTA devs never put their stuff back up. So there's a chance that maybe they came to a settlement of like, okay, well, we've sold enough copies of Remastered. We'll drop the case if you promise not to ever put it back up. It might be both, but I don't know. As far as I know, none of those details are public. There should be data recycling law. If the data is abandoned, people should get permission to decomp. I think, here's the thing. So copyright law, is slow. It takes some time for it to catch up. A lot of the things about copyright law were imagined before there was ever any thought of an internet. Like the fair use was written in 1976. It's the Copyright Act of 1976. And so copyright law was designed for, two enormous companies. It's designed for, like, if Nintendo and Sony had a problem with each other, then that's who it's designed for. It's not designed for Nintendo and some guy in his bedroom, right? Some guy posting a Let's Play on the internet. And it's not designed for the modern world of software, which is that, a movie will generally, except for in very rare circumstances, a movie will generally get like upgraded to, you don't have to watch it on the 35mm print, you don't have to watch it on VHS. Generally, movies are easy to like upgrade with technology. Games are hard to upgrade with technology. If you wrote that for one console, chances are it doesn't automatically work on a new console. So, games get become as a piece, as an art form, as a work, get lost much more easily, and copyright hasn't caught up to that fact yet, to the fact that, if you want to play a 20-year-old game and you don't happen to have, a 20-year-old hardware, it's kind of like having, if a movie was only on VHS and you had to try and track down a VCR, it's kind of like that equivalent, and there's no law in place that kind of lets users archive that themselves, and that I think we probably need something about that. Copyright law was written before the average single person had easy access to everything. Yep, it was before the idea of buying a DVD and showing it to a crowd was conceived. Yeah, definitely. Really entertaining stream, by the way. Hey, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Has copyright really changed at all since its beginning? Well, if you want to get technical, I know we all hate the DMCA, but the DMCA was a relatively recent creation, and it was designed for the internet. It was basically the DMCA. So the reason the DMCA exists is because if you were, again, before the internet, if you were showing a movie that you weren't supposed to be showing, the way that another company, or the way that the film company resolves that is they sue you. They sue you to stop showing that movie. The DMCA exists so that if you uploaded like a movie to the internet, the DMCA is like a way for the copyright holder to get that down immediately. The platform, assuming they respond to US court requests, the platform is required by DMCA to take that down until whoever uploaded it files a counterclaim. And if they file a counterclaim, then the platform, I believe, is required to put that back up. And at that point, that's when the copyright holder would sue the individual, because then the DMCA has done its job, essentially. So the reason why people don't get sued for uploading The Dark Knight to YouTube is because the DMCA exists. Now, ironically, if there was no DMCA and people were uploading movies, what would a company do? Would they sue each individual? No, they'd probably just sue YouTube, and YouTube would have to take it into their own hands anyway. So it has a similar result. There's just just wouldn't be anything in law about it. Yeah. Basically, the beginning of the transition from film to digital camera, the earliest digital cameras for cinema were basically 1080 resolution or less. I think I missed the conversation here. The DMCA is a real problem. It was originally meant to keep people from copying DVDs, and now they can put a little chip or two in devices to handle doing cryptographic challenges to gatekeep functionality or repairability, and the DMCA lets them do it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the DMCA definitely has problems, but I believe that's why it exists, and so, yeah, technically, that's a relatively modern change to the copyright law. But yeah, there's not a lot as far as there's not a lot of copyright law in the YouTube era, is what I'd say, or now the decomp era. Again, the EU has some. The EU is ahead of the curve on decomp law, but the United States, I guess we're waiting for someone to get sued, and we're waiting to see if it ends up being fair use. Yeah. Disgustingly gross, and I mod and pirate in my little neck of the woods of civil disobedience. Hey, nice. That's a nice thing about Australia, actually, I have to say. Technically, in the US, mod chips are illegal. But in Australia, I believe there's actually like a law that says mod chips, because Australia doesn't appreciate region locking. It was never Australia's idea to region lock stuff and prevent it from coming out in Australia or vice versa. So I believe in Australian law, you're allowed to modify your devices to bypass region restrictions. Real quick, I should actually look that up. I don't want to be spreading any misinformation, but Australia mod chips allowed for region locks. I believe this is the case. Mod chips ruled legal in Australia. This is a forum thread. Oh, it's a BBC article. Sony has lost a legal battle in Australia over the modifying of its PlayStation games console. The High Court has ruled that chipping the console so that it can play imported games does not breach copyrighted law. Based. The ruling ends a 4-year legal battle between Sony and a supplier of so-called mod chips, which bypass regional controls. In the UK, the selling of mod chips was ruled. So in the UK, it's illegal, and in the US, I think it's illegal. But in Australia, theoretically, mod chips are A-OK. Like, you're not supposed to use them for copyright infringement, but for, you know, for playing imported games, all good. I'm not aware yet anyway, although I could be wrong, that mod chips themselves are illegal. The vast majority of busts I remember were all people who are also pirating games or selling systems with full drives of games, etc. Interesting. Yeah, I'm sure it would be hard to say that the chip itself is illegal, just that, like, hang on, US mod chip legality. Maybe... So... Oh, they're illegal under the DMCA, according to some random guy. Would a random guy lie to me on the internet? Is that true? DMCA... Yeah, I believe... Oh, here we go. Wow, it actually does say DMCA. One of the most prominent functions of many mod chips, the circumvention of copyright protection, is outlawed by many countries' copyright laws, such as the DMCA in the United States, the ECD, I suppose, and various implementations in the EU member companies and the Australian Copyright Act. Or other laws may apply to the many diversified functions of a mod chip, e.g. Australian law specifically allows the circumvention of region coding. Base. So yeah, so Australia's got kind of like a 1 foot in, 1 foot out. They're like, well, mod chipping if it's only for bypassing copyright, then we don't like it. But if it's for bypassing regions, we do like it. Let's overthrow the government. True. Good idea. Yeah. So it's unlikely you're actually going to get arrested for having a mod chip. I don't think it's necessarily illegal to own a mod chip, but you're not supposed to sell them, I think. Goodbye, mod chips. But Uncle Nintendo, aren't mod chips legal in Australia? Another based thing about Australian copyright law. I've definitely mentioned this before, but just in case you haven't seen whatever stream that was some time ago, Australia has something really interesting. Well, in America, if you torrent a movie and they catch you doing it, the film company catches you doing it, they can contact your ISP, and your ISP can figure out who you are and send you a scathing letter being like, how dare you download copyrighted films on our service. We're going to disconnect your internet if you keep doing it. In Australia, that is actually illegal, I believe. There's a whole court case about it. IINet privacy. So, court case. Yeah, here we go. Roadshow Films versus IINet. Basically, this was a court case between a film company and an ISP. And the film company was like, we want you to... I don't know if it was reveal the names. Hang on. So it was... speaking on behalf of all these film companies, that... Yeah, so they wanted IINet to discipline its customers for downloading movies, and so IINet countered that that basically they were saying, well, we don't want that would be basically like acting outside of the law. You know, if you really care, get a court order, call the police, blah, blah, blah. We're not going to just disconnect someone because you tell us to, is essentially what IINet said. And they won in court. The court agreed that IINet should not have to do that. And they got $1 million Australian dollars. Holy shit. Yeah, so that's really interesting. So I was completely like, I've never gotten a scathing letter from my ISP for downloading a movie because when I was a teenager because you're literally not allowed to do that. I'm German. They slow down your internet if you torrent, bruh. Yeah. Isn't Microsoft constantly trying to acquire Nintendo or something? Look, I'm sure they consider acquiring all sorts of companies, but yes, in the 90s when they were making the Xbox, they were like, they initially felt like they shouldn't be doing this all by themselves. They felt like they should be working with a partner that knows about the game industry. So they initially wanted to acquire, or considered acquiring, Nintendo. And then that's in the Power Up documentary, if you're curious. And then recently, in a recent Microsoft leak, Phil Spector, is it? Or I think, is that someone else? No, Phil Spector is a fucking musician. Who's the Xbox lead? Phil Spencer! No wonder I was confused. Phil Spector is not who I was thinking about. Phil Spencer was quoted in a leaked email saying that, essentially saying that acquiring Nintendo would be really cool. Now, whether that's a plan or not, I don't know. I don't know if you could go that far, but he was just saying like, damn, that would be really cool if we could acquire Nintendo. So they've been thinking about it for the better part of 25 years probably. But whether they're, I don't know if it's serious. In the 90s, it would seem that when they reached out to Nintendo, they were like, do you want to sell yourselves to us? They were like, no. And they'd probably say the same thing today. Spencer, yeah. Microsoft seems to have won the war so far on the Xbox One and Series consoles with regards to preservation. I'm not aware of a single post-360 Xbox game that has been decrypted. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting thing. There's obviously they invested a lot into their security, but also there must be a degree of like, I feel like there must be a degree of like low demand because the Xbox One at least didn't sell that well, and most of its exclusive I feel like eventually got ported to PC. So it's kind of like it's almost like an OG Xbox situation where there's not a lot of emulation, not necessarily because it's hard to emulate, but just because like, well, Halo is on PC, and like most of the other good games are on, you can play with Dolphin or PCSX2. I feel like a lot of it probably comes down to demand, as well as, they obviously did invest a lot. But like Apple invests a lot in their security, and that shit still gets jailbroken. Oh yeah, why there isn't any motivation is because you can run dev mode. That's definitely true as well. Yeah. There's also just less, there's less need to, because they let you, so yeah, it's an interesting thing. Like, is their security really good, or is it just have they just created market conditions that don't encourage, or that mean people don't feel like they need to do it? Well, it's kind of both. My sole interest in the matter is to decrypt Dance Central Spotlight, of which I have files for 2 games, and I seem to have everything but the CIK, if my standard ODK is available anyway. Yeah, I mean, I get that. I have consoles that I only care about one game. Hey Matt, for me, you're one of 2 streamers / YouTube content creators who feels to me like an old friend when they talk. Aw, thanks man. Have a nice day. Hey, right back at ya. Can I smash? You mean settle it in Smash? Sure. Actually, I'm really bad at Smash. Honestly, I don't know why or when I was supposed to, but I never got into fighting games. And so like today, I'm really bad at them. If anyone watched me play Shrek Fairy Tale Freakdown, I'm very bad at fighting games. And so, yeah, So yeah, and I played Smash Brothers. I've played Smash Brothers with friends sometimes. They'll invite me over and be like, "Hey, you want to play some Smash?" And I'll be like, "Sure," because I'm not gonna say like, "No." I'm down to play anything, but they always kick my ass, and I'm just like, "Oof, I'm not good at this." Yeah. Oh yeah, Foon. Wasn't that the 3D Movie Maker like modder? I remember that name. I feel like I haven't. Yeah, I feel like I remember. Can we get sub badges? Yes, I should get you sub badges. I'm not an artist really, so usually if I could make that sort of thing myself, I would have just done it. But like, because I probably have to like come up with an idea and like commission something. Yo, Dimensional XS, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Hell yeah. Enjoy your emotes and lack of sub badge, where you get the sticky gold star that Twitch has. If I could have designed a sub badge, I think I would have just done it already. But because I probably have to like come up with an idea and like commission someone, it's like I'm gonna procrastinate from it. Oh yeah, Matt, by the way, I may have a lead on an 8600 GT, and I'm wondering if it'll work properly with old version of OS X. That would be interesting. I did theorize that maybe NVIDIA stuff would work better. I have kind of resorted to, I think I'm just gonna, like, I really want to see if I can pursue that OpenGL pass-through from like Mac OS to Linux. It's a weird, it's a crazy idea. I have no idea, but if it's gonna work, but like, I've kind of resorted to like, that's my plan now. I've given up trying to get hardware to work. Oh yeah, if you don't know what he's talking, actually this has some relevance to one of the projects I've been working on lately. Let me show you guys this actually. So I find that in the Mac world, and this comes from the top in the sense that Apple doesn't care about backwards compatibility, so most of their users don't care about backwards compatibility. And it you know, there's kind of, for me, there's kind of a golden era of the Mac OS. There's a point where it was just like, damn, that's cool. Which was, and not everyone's gonna feel this way. Keep in mind, this is like nostalgic. This is clearly like sentimental just for me. But I really like 10.4 to 10.6. There's something about this look. It's just, it really just gets me hard. You know what I'm saying? And so, but it's extremely difficult to get this stuff working in like, well, certainly not on modern hardware. I guess even old versions of Windows are hard to get on modern hardware. But it's hard to get this stuff working even in a virtual machine. There's no real, I guess there's no real, really corny, excuse you, you take that back. This is good. Well, I know, I get, like I said, no, this is gonna be a me thing, I think. But I really like this old aqua aesthetic. Yeah, there's ways to get Snow Leopard on a VM. I know there are. It's just not very easy to. It takes a surprising amount of effort. So I'm trying to like work out ways to get this stuff working a little bit easier. And so what I've got so far, and another thing that I'm pairing it with, so I do a lot of, you might know I do a lot of GPU pass-through. I have Linux on my computer, but I also have Windows, and I can give it a real GPU, so it can do stuff like games, and it can do stuff like video editing with no trouble. And you can do the same with macOS. I also have the latest version of macOS on here, and I pass through a real GPU, so it works properly, rather than really slowly like it does in a VM. And I was trying to do a similar thing with this, with me and Wham were kind of working on this sort of stuff. Like independently, we've been like working on this sort of stuff, and I started to feel like, well, so I was passing through a hardware GPU to a virtual machine to try to get this to work, and it sort of worked. What I found was I was trying to pass through an ATI Radeon 2400, which, as far as I can tell, is like should have a lot of compatibility. If you go into somewhere like here, the Dortania GPU Buyer's Guide is all about like Hackintosh. The 2400 should work all the way down to Tiger and all the way up to High Sierra, which is a pretty wide range. But from what I can tell, no one actually really managed to get this card to work. I've browsed so many forum threads from like 2007, and a lot of people are like, well, it kind of works. I got it to work by like disabling the 3D acceleration, and I'm like, well, if you disable that, then what's even the point? Why even have a GPU then? And like, so as far as I can tell, no one quite got this card to work. And we kind of both had this, me and Wham kind of both had this situation where we were trying these cards that were supposed to work, and these like versions of this card shipped with real Macs, but they had like some custom firmware on them that made them work differently, and no one knows why. I mean, it's presumably some guy at Apple knows why, but like there's never been any documentation about this, and no one seems to have ever gotten it to work. So yeah, it's eventually I kind of came to the conclusion that maybe a hardware GPU is cool, but what I kind of thought was, well, Linux has this thing where if you run like a Linux guest on a Linux host, there's a thing called VirGL, where you can kind of pass down the OpenGL context from the host GPU down to the guest OS. And that way you can get kind of more or less full GPU acceleration without having to give it a real GPU. And I thought, wouldn't it be interesting? Back then, macOS was only OpenGL. There was no Metal yet, no Vulkan, certainly no DirectX. So I kind of thought that, wouldn't it be cool to write like a VirGL driver for macOS so you can run like, you know, in theory, you can get a full OpenGL accelerated macOS VM on, it only works on Linux host, but still, you can get one. You can get, you know, a fully GPU accelerated macOS in a virtual machine, in a window. So that was kind of my thought. And I haven't really done much with it, except for get a bunch of like versions of macOS installed in a VM. I've currently got, and it is a little ridiculous, but I wanted to see like compatibility wise, like where everything is. But I'm gonna show a window. I'll show this one. All right, so we're in my VM now, and I have everything from. So it's a little messy. You can tell which ones I installed recently. They're the ones that are properly labeled, and then you can tell which ones. Apple releases so many OSs. Like in the last 20 years, Windows has released like I guess 6 or 7 OSs. Depends if you count 8.1. And Apple has released what, like, for a lot of it, 1 per year, so probably like 15. Anyway, so there's a lot of them here, and these are the ones that XP is not in the past 20 years. Yeah, I counted it just because I'm like, I included XP just because I figured like it's, yeah. Anyway, I don't know. It's less. That's my point. So I have like have High Sierra. I have everything from. I have almost everything from like 2007 to 2021 in here, and it was not easy. Not easy to get all these working, but they do work, more or less. 10.5 should boot. 10.5 is like the sketchiest one. This one's the one that like still can be a little iffy. Oh, I even tried to reinstall it, but like 10.5 does this thing where like I'll go like yeah whatever, do not transfer my information, and then it just like hangs. And you can like bypass this, but it's like I feel like this is probably an issue. Like you can bypass it so you can get to the desktop, but it's but then even when I got into the desktop, it was a little buggy. That's why I reinstalled it. It's a networking issue. Okay, I'll look into that at some point. I was trying to get a network connection. That could make sense. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. But I can say 10.6 works. Oh, to show the connect to an airport base station. Okay, that's good to know. Because I remember I googled that. It's like stuck on this, and everyone was just like, just bypass it, bro. Don't worry about it. And I was just like, no, I want to know. I want to actually fix it. So this one works. This is Snow Leopard. This one is everyone's like favorite because it's the last version. Well, it was the first time that they were like, we're gonna refine. We're gonna not add any features. We're just gonna refine it for 2 years and put that out as a product. So it's like really stable, and it's the last OS with the PowerPC emulator in it, so you can run like old games. But yeah, and then it technically works all the way up to the last OS I tried was Monterey. I don't have anything new on Monterey. I think is 2021 from memory. So yeah, I've got like, I'm trying to, this is like, I call it my like macOS preservation project. I'm trying to preserve the last like 20-ish years of macOS. I know I'm the only one who cares, but I'm trying. I'm still trying. Ventura's even worse. Yeah, probably. Probably Ventura I would have some trouble with, but otherwise it all seems to work. The only OS that I really can't get to run, and maybe someone knows, maybe there's I've got a Hackintosh expert here, but give me real quick. I'll re-add my 10.4 OS in. Here we go. And I get the least helpful error message. All right, so we're running macOS 10 install disk 1, and it just says this. And oh, sorry, you can't see it. It didn't. Oh, no, it did. All right, there it is. Wait, what? Okay, anyway, it just says this, and I don't know. I don't know what it means. I've tried a bunch of things. It's probably something to do with the VM, like missing some shit. SM BIOS issue? You think so? Because I've got like my model is set to iMac 7.1, which should support this version of 10.4. It's 10.4.10 specifically. In fact, I think this might even be a recovery disk for this iMac technically. But maybe if I might tweak that and see if it changes. I might try to make that an older iMac. I don't know, but yeah, I'll see what I can do. Yeah, but everything else works. Literally 10.5 to 2020, well, 2007 to like 2021 all works. Just not this one, and I haven't tried the latest one. And yeah, one of these days, I might be able to write like a GPU driver for VirGL and get full GPU acceleration, and then I'll make a video about it, because it would probably be really interesting to write a GPU driver, even though, like I said, I know I'm the only person who cares, but I care. I want this stuff preserved. I'd pay for that driver. Yo, maybe there are 2 people who care. Anyway. So that's something I've been working on a little bit, just trying to get this all set up. So essentially, my goal was to, I'm not using any SSDTs, not using a lot of DSDTs either. Honestly, I don't seem to need them that much, but maybe one would help. I did try a few, but nothing that really made any difference. But again, I don't know exactly what's missing. So, 3 people, yay! You mean I have 2 friends in the world? Finally, it's about time. What I really wanted to do was basically just to get everything else working in these, and I think I've mostly gotten there. So I've got networking working, which is important. You need to be able to browse the internet. And I got sound working, which was difficult. And the sound is a little sketchy, I will say, but it works when it wants to. Sometimes it doesn't. It'll boot and it'll just be like, I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, you know it. Sometimes it'll yeah, this time it didn't. Sometimes it will. Anyway, the sound sometimes works. The networking always works. And I even have... it's still a little temperamental, that's the problem. I even have, when it works, I even have resolution switching. So I'm like halfway there. I'm halfway to having a GPU driver. We have GPU acceleration, but what about deceleration? No, gotta go faster. Let's see. I think it'll work better on here. Yeah, here we go. So, with this. So, network works, internet is all good, sound works. Like I said, it's a bit sketchy, but it does work. And there it is. And display changing works. Brilliant. We actually have a 1080p display. So we're like halfway to a GPU driver. Yay! We just need to figure out how that damn OpenGL works. Or something. I have no idea how. What's next. Shout out to Intel, by the way, for using the same GPU cores for the past like 4 to 5 years. So I'm still like, hanging on to support in Sonoma despite running a Skylake iGPU. I heard about that. Yeah, you can just about get like the newest GPUs working even though they're not supported. It's kind of cool. Network work. Yeah, the goal is to get QECI working, exactly. Yeah, full acceleration basically, because we've got here. I've got pretty much everything else. The sound is functional. What if I actually try to? Yeah, someone is backporting. Some GigaChat is backporting. Oops, I just quit it. Is backporting Chromium to Lion, so you can actually use like modern internet. Let's see if this works. Again, we're doing all this without any like GPU, and I might have only given this one core as well for debugging, so that might be why it's a bit slow. How much time do you have to backport Chromium? I don't know. It's a good question. Hey, look, your message appeared on the thing. There we go. There it is. It's a bit slow. Again, I think this might only have one core. Good question. And it has, and like I said, it has no GPU acceleration or anything like that. So it's a somewhat crippled system. But hey, progress. Yeah. So one of these days, I'll write a driver. So I'm thinking about one day writing a driver so that this stuff will actually work decently well. Hey, if they backport Chromium, you can also run every Electron app. VS Code. Yo, that's true. Discord on a DeLion is notably faster. Yeah, well, it'll get there. Hopefully, it'll get something a little bit speedier. Can run the latest version of Rust on OS 10 Lion with some work. Hell yeah. Yo, Jaso333, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Thanks for the Bezos bucks. I really appreciate that. Enjoy your Twitch sticky gold star and emotes. Thank you so much. Rust works on anything as long as it's x86. I guess that's true. I was trying to compile something before that was like C++11, and it's I couldn't quite. It was like. I forget how long ago 2011 was, because some of these OSs, their Xcode does not support C++11. I forgot how how recent C++11 is ish. Yeah. Did you run Steam? I wonder. Actually, let's take a look. What are the Steam system requirements? 10.10. Oof. Maybe you could get like an old version. On Snow Leopard, you can install newer versions of GCC and Clang. You don't get Xcode, but you get a decent compiler. Yeah, I think I was trying to. If you can build a Kext that way, then that probably could have worked. Yeah. But I was just trying to build. I was trying to build someone else's Kext, and they'd written it in, and I didn't know how much I wanted to mess with it. In theory, you can. Hell yeah. Yeah, I guess so. It's probably all available in the command line. Oh, that's Steam Link. What the hell is this? What game is this? Alright, no, Steam Launcher. Valve Index. Is that the same thing? No, that's not the same thing at all. Oh, it's they're apologizing throughout the thread. Damn it. Clang 11 on Intel supporting 10.6 or later. Yo, based. Why is this actually hard? Steam client. Steam client system requirements. This is interesting. It's actually difficult to find this. On the bottom of the Steam download page. Well, it's answers from 6 years ago. Steam download page. I guess we just don't think about system requirements anymore. Everyone just runs the latest everything. I don't know. How fast do I type? We've done a typing test before. On a good day, it's like 120 words per minute. On a bad day, it's probably more like 90. Depends how tired I am. Windows 7? Well, the thing about Windows is that they hold on to backwards compatibility a lot longer, so it may run on... Something may support Windows 7, but it doesn't support Snow Leopard, which is the 2009 macOS. Not much supports Snow Leopard nowadays. Probably the same as upstream Chromium. Chromium system requirements, that's a good point. Not to compile it, like, alright, fine, Chrome browser, good enough. Catalina? That's like 3 years old, it's 4 years old. Damn. Yeah, I mean, that's just a Mac moment. That's what being a Mac user is like. Anyway. RIP any FCP7 users. Again, this is only the browser, though. Like, maybe Chromium can... Well, obviously, someone backported Chromium, so maybe someone could probably backport Steam if they really wanted to. Maybe with Apple trying to get into gaming, that'll change? Yeah, maybe. Steam CMD might work. Yeah, quite possibly. Command line stuff, that tends to have much better backwards compatible support. Alright. Anyway, I have one more project I want to talk about, and then it's only 12:50, because I have to go at 2:30, so I've still got like an hour and a half. I don't know how long this will take. But, let's see. I have been falling down the rabbit hole these past couple of days. Like, this is, unironically, this is why I was like, I was so preoccupied on Friday, even though I was like, I should stream today, but I'm busy, I'm working on this. I have made a grave mistake. Could I stop using Linux and move to BSD? I tell you what, I like BSD, but so Linux is like switching to. The problem with using Linux is that you're in the 1% market share, so you only get like 1% of the support. Switching to FreeBSD is like being in the Linux of Linuxes. It's the 1% of the 1%. So I like BSD. I just don't know if I could actually do it. To Mac BSD. I'll switch to Darwin. You know that is an OS. Like, people spun off the underpinnings of Mac OS as its own OS. Pure Darwin. And essentially, and you can install like open source desktop environments on here. You can install like XFCE, I think there's a screenshot of somewhere around here. Pure Darwin Wikipedia. Yeah. X Darwin. Oh, that's a... Huh. Yeah. GNOME running on GNU Darwin. Wait, there's a couple of them. Holy shit. And like, so in theory, if you really want to be a, like, an Apple elitist, but like not use macOS, you can use Darwin. Pure Darwin, or GNU Darwin maybe, unless this is like a different thing. Now, here's the thing though. Allegedly, Darwin itself is, without the whole Apple like Mac user space, it's kind of considered a worse version of FreeBSD and Linux. Like at that point, if you're gonna subject yourself to using like the GNU open source user space, you may as well just use Linux and BSD at that point, or Linux and FreeBSD. So that's why no one really uses this. Even someone even mentioned it. Raven OS. This is basically the React OS of Mac OS. Someone is trying to re-implement the entirety of Mac OS in open source. Even this project is not using Darwin. Darwin is open source. Apple releases the source to Darwin. Even this project is not using Darwin. And their reason, it's in the FAQ. Open source, yeah, I get it. Is that basically they already got like the Mark support in. So they're basically like, well, FreeBSD just gives us everything and more. It gives us more hardware support. It gives us more general community support, I guess. So yeah, that even an OS that's designed to be like completely modeled around Mac OS is opting not to use Darwin. That's how like inferior it's considered, without the whole like Mac user space sitting on top. It'll work great until they need to load Kex for software. Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting... I wonder what... Well, this is a really interesting project to follow, just because like it's a real like Herculean effort. Though it probably is easier than React OS because Apple uses so much like BSD stuff. You do have like, and they open source their kernel and shit. Like for React OS, they had to like re-implement the whole kernel. It probably is slightly easier, but it's still like a Herculean effort. Yep. It's really interesting. I you know what? I wish them a lot of luck. I say that a lot of that is in user space in modern macOS. Yeah, true. That's true. They're moving the Kex into user space. That is fuck ugly. Holy shit. Sorry, I shouldn't, but my god. You know what? I wasn't gonna say anything. And here's the thing. I get it. It's incomplete. I'm not gonna be harsh on it. But here's what. It's getting there. It's in progress. They're working on it. All right. You know what? I'm not gonna. That's all I'm gonna say. They're working on it. They used to have. They used to be working on. Like they had KDE and they were modifying it. They were tweaking it to be more Mac-like. But eventually they decided to write their own desktop environment. And that's the one we saw before. I don't remember, did they say why? Anyway, yeah, it's like I said, it's a huge effort, and I wish them luck. Wouldn't there be a way to make a Mac look like Windows? Sure. I mean, software is software. I think anyone who says like something is impossible in software is probably lying. Like, you can go on to like so many Stack Overflow threads and people are like, how do I decompile a game? And everyone's like, it's impossible! It cannot be done! But like, obviously it's possible. It's just, you know, it's more a trade-off of how much effort do you want to put in? How much do you value your time, essentially? Which is the bigger project, Raven OS or Lego Island Decomp? The bigger project is Raven OS because that's a whole OS. We're not decompiling Lego Island OS. Yeah. I'll never be able to say any project is a waste of time ever again after I spent 2 months making Java a non-required and making Minecraft plugins. It's a good point. It's possible to you want to keep your social life and anxiety and sanity. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I think that's the answer. Anything is theoretically possible. It really is just, yeah. Where do you see yourself in like 3 years? Do you see yourself still working on it and you're okay with that? Then go for it. Go for it. Lego S. Isn't that a character from Lord of the Rings? I should make Lego Island OS after I finish the decomp. What are we unironically doing a Moog OS? Try to use the Lego Island code as base to make an OS. Oh yeah, so you like click on different buildings around, and like this is the word processor building, this is the web browser building. That would be interesting. Yo, it's like that, what was that? This thing. Yeah, it's this. It's this. Apparently, this is real. This was actually this was actually a real software product that you could like access files in like 3D space. It's a Unix system. I know it's ridiculous, but apparently someone actually did make this, I think. Yeah, it was SGI's Visual File Manager, yeah. And I guess that makes sense. It's like, are you gonna really like... I was gonna try and bring up one of those, like... It's more exciting to look at than just like... Yeah, this shit. Hang on, I guess I need to find a video. I mean, it would be impressive. It would be impressive if this is what this is what she was doing in the movie. Oh, that really confused me for a second. Like, this is a macOS wallpaper on. Is that GNOME? Yeah, it's GNOME. Tetris OS. Yeah. All right. macOS called Troots 2, which is a real shame. Oh god, I feel like I should know what that means. I know that they locked off a lot of like the system stuff, which really pisses me off, but yeah. I know what that means, but it's like escaping my memory right now. Oh yeah, Archroot. There we go. There we go. Now you've jogged my memory. You got it. You got me. Yeah, that's a thing that I'm not a big fan of in like modern macOS, is that they just keep, and I get it, like everything they do is justifiable, but they just keep lopping off things that I care about. I want to be able to run Roller Coaster Tycoon 3. I don't care that it was only 32-bit. Find a way to make it work. You know, you don't even have to have the 32-bit library, so you could do some thunking. But like, Apple is just like, we don't care. We don't want you to play Roller Coaster Tycoon 3. And then, like, they killed off Kex, and I'm like, but I want to be able to use my Xbox 360 controller on macOS, and it's only in Kext form. Yeah, it doesn't, like, they said they were gonna, my focus is working on a driver kit solution, and they didn't do it. And Apple is like not really helpful. I remember I read a thread somewhere that's like, we called up Apple and was like, how do I make a game controller driver with driver kit? And they were like, we don't know, or some shit like that. At least if you're gonna like force everyone to write user space drivers, at least tell people how to do it. And then they, yeah, anyway. So I know that I'm not Apple's audience. They don't care about me. They don't want me to play Roller Coaster Tycoon 3, but I want to play it. I want it! Anyway. Alright, moving forward. Let's talk about my next project. Worked out great for The Sims 3. We got a full from scratch 64-bit metal rewrite. Yeah, must be nice. So I started this before and I stopped halfway through. Actually, before I get into it, I am going to take a piss. Possible for me to make a Ghidra tutorial? I am no Ghidra expert. There are better people out there than me to make a tutorial. Yo, I actually have a story about this. So on the last day of my subathon, towards the end, as the counter was going down, I played the final countdown by Europe. This song, it's the song that goes. I'm not playing it because I was uploading the VODs to Matt KC VODs, and you may notice I have all of them up except for day 5, and like. YouTube will usually, if they detect a song, it'll be like revenue shared, and I don't care with these. Like, sure, Phil Collins can have my money or whatever, and they can have all 14 views of this ad revenue. But the final countdown, apparently, if you upload that, you don't get, it doesn't just get muted or whatever. You don't just share revenue with them. Your entire video gets blocked. Worldwide, not just in Germany or wherever where they usually get blocked. Worldwide. So that whole VOD, the whole thing doesn't appear. It can't be published. Now, this is not a problem because I actually record all my VODs where the mic and the desktop audio are on separate tracks. So I can just kind of go in and mute the desktop audio for that bit. My mic will still play. It's a little inconvenient. It might make people a little bit confused that I'll be playing the final countdown, but there'll be no music. But in general, no issue. No, like I can get rid of it. We don't have to piss off the final countdown people. But it is kind of astounding that they block the whole video. Like, don't they want all this ad revenue? Look at these 11 views. You could be having that. With the MIDI version, yeah, maybe I will. I'll work something out. But basically, yeah, I record everything separately just so that, you know, when it goes onto YouTube, we can just fuck around with it and it doesn't matter. Yeah, there's a way to play music. Yeah, I know. I mean, it wasn't Twitch. I'm not talking about the Twitch VOD getting muted. I'm talking about the I uploaded the VOD to YouTube and they won't take it. So I have to go in and mute the desktop audio track. Yeah, I'm aware of the... I don't do that on my Twitch VODs because... for 2 reasons. One, I've watched them back. Usually what people do is they separate the desktop audio onto a non-VOD track. At least I don't think I do that. Maybe I do. Do I have that set up? Oh, I do. No, I don't. Actually, no. Never mind. No, I don't. So I don't have I don't do that because I find that, like, when I watch VODs that are done like that with the desktop audio on a separate track, then I'll watch back a VOD and it'll be really confusing because they might get someone on a Discord call and I can't hear the other guy, or they might watch a video that isn't DMCA and I can't hear it. And I find that really, really weird. I'd rather just have those like small sections of the VOD muted, because it's not like the whole thing gets muted. I'd rather have those small sections get muted than have the whole thing like confusing. And besides, I upload the VODs to YouTube anyway, where they won't get muted. So I kind of figure there's not much point. This is the first time I've uploaded a VOD to YouTube, and it hasn't been just like revenue shared. It's actually been blocked. Like they actually won't let me upload it. Oh yeah. Real, by the way. I use Bandicam all the time. And unregistered Hypercam too. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna take that piss, by the way. BRB. You can just look at... I'll just play an old VOD. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I'll be back in a sec. In literally just 2 minutes or so. Alright. Wait, play oldest VOD is actually not a bad idea. I don't have my first VOD on the. I don't have that backed up, but I do have some stuff from 2017. Oh, yo! Before I ever thought I was gonna be a Lego Island modder, this was one of my earliest streams. I was I streamed a Lego Island nostalgia stream, and this was during Shrektember in 2017. Yeah, alright, I'll play some of this while I'm gone. I'll pause the music. Wait, what's the volume? That was very challenging. I think it took a while to get the stream going. I ran into a number of technical difficulties, which is why the stream is running 18 minutes late. See you in a minute. But let's... we've just started. I'm gonna... Ooh. Oh shit, what have I missed? I need to close that, get out of this, keep that, throw a Twitch page over here so I can actually see the chat. That's kind of important in these things. Over here. Yeah, just have a look at the... Oh, wow, people have already been posting chat messages and I missed them because I haven't been watching this chat at all. But alright, welcome to the stream, guys. I'm sorry that I'm 19 minutes late, but I ran into some various difficulties trying to get this old-ass game running. But we sorted it out now. I sorted it out now. You didn't do shit. No. I sorted it out now, which means we're all ready to go. I just need to announce everywhere that that I am live. So we're going to do that now. While we're waiting for people to come in, we're just going to start off by... we're going to start off by waiting for people to come in while I send some messages to people saying, what's up? Streaming live. Streaming live right now. That would be my message everywhere. So I just need to copy and paste that like the plagiarist that I am. Post that on Facebook. Excellent. So I posted in Discord. On Twitter. What have I said? Have I said anything interesting yet? Nobody follows the Facebook page, but you know, gotta get shit out everywhere. Gotta change the game because we're not playing Minecraft today. Not this time. As much as I enjoy playing Minecraft. I called Lego Island old ass game. Imagine if I knew. Imagine if I knew. Oh shit! What's going on? Like Lego Island nostalgia stream. Good title. Facebook in 2017. You know, Facebook is a really... I don't think I have chat on screen, so basically everything I say is going to be really out of context. Oh, and yeah, I was playing in a really shitty... Like, it looks awful. Hang on. Trying to find a good screenshot of the grass and shit. It looks like... Why is the grass gray? That's so weird. I think the grass is gray because of some... I think I might have been playing this in a virtual machine because I didn't know... Yo! Jeronic, thank you so much for the resub.
The streams for the price of one.
Hey, exactly. Yeah, there was no turn speed patch back then. And I think I didn't know how to get this game working on like Windows 10 back then. So I think I'm running it in a virtual machine and that's why it's all gray and like ugly looking. It's pretty funny though. Hang on, I'll get the music back on. Yeah, I'm really struggling with that turn speed. I would never have dreamed, when I was doing this stream, I never would have imagined that I would be the one to fix the turn speed one day. Anyway, wild times. I do one day, I want to go over like... Maybe if I'll do this like as a YouTube subscriber goal, where I'll make a video going over all my old videos, because I've made a lot of shit. A lot of it is probably quite cringe, and I think it'd be fun to go over again. Do it for 500k? Yeah, maybe. Did you even know what reverse engineering meant? Probably not, or at least I might have been able to like guess relatively accurately. Here's the thing, I at this point was not a I was a good problem solver, but I was not a very good programmer at this point in time. I hadn't written any C++ or C, certainly hadn't gone anywhere near assembly. I think the like hardest language I'd written anything in was PHP. Actually, I guess I wrote some Java in school, and I had written some JavaScript. Like I'd written a lot of web stuff. I was mostly a really mediocre web developer at this time. What about Python? No, I didn't know any Python back then. I know some Python now, but not back then. What do you consider an old video for your channel? Well, for my channel, I mean, I've got my first video still up, but for an old video for me, I mean, I started putting YouTube videos up in 2007, so I think it goes kind of deep. The lore on me goes a little deep. Yo! Luna Moonfang, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I really appreciate that. Oh, I was expecting TTS. No, sorry. Thanks so much for the Bezos bucks. I forgot you don't get TTS on the first sub. Thanks so much. I really appreciate that. I'm so mad they don't teach Python in school. It's just MATLAB for engineers. Really? I haven't been like when I was in school in like the early 2010s. Yeah, we learned. I mean, well, okay. So the languages I knew, I'd learned as a kid. I wrote in Delphi. Which is basically like object-oriented Pascal, and then eventually I learned Yo, Dog Bear! Thanks so much for the Prime sub. Thanks for the Bezos bucks. I really appreciate it. Oh, and then I got into web, so I learned like HTML, and then I learned like back-end stuff, so I learned like PHP. I'd written some Visual Basic, which is not a wonderful language. And then in school, I learned Java, a little bit of Java, just a bit. And that's also when I learned Unity 4, was we did some Unity 4. And that was about all my programming knowledge up until 2018, which was shortly after this, where I started learning C++, and that led to wanting to do reverse engineering, and that led to eventually learning assembly, and it all just, my life has been on a downward spiral ever since. Tried to learn a little Python, but not much success. Want to try again though? Yeah, Python is. I don't love Python's syntax, but it's easy to it's easy to write simple stuff. I would never write like a big app in Python. I think that's a mistake. But as far as just a little quick script, it's easy and quick to get small stuff done, basically. Here knows Scratch. I think if I was in school a little bit longer, I would know Scratch. Scratch, I think, was a little after my time. Did I ever use ChatGPT to fix Lego Island code? No. I mean, ChatGPT might be able to explain a tough bit of like pseudocode or a tough bit of assembly, but I don't think it can really, it doesn't help us with what we kind of need to know, which is what is it all doing together? Like, does this bit of code might like, set some pixels to this, but it's actually the like pixelation code. We need that greater context that I don't think you get from AI just yet. In the far future, ChatGPT could reverse engineer programs. I absolutely think that's plausible, is what I'll say. I absolutely think that like an AI could be trained on a specific compiler and its input and its output, and could probably then figure out how to get from the output to the input. It's still probably not going to be like great human readable code, not necessarily, but it might be able to produce recompilable code at least. I have no idea. I'm not a big like AI guy as far as like I don't know much about it. I know everything that's become memes and shit posts, but I don't know. I don't do a lot of AI stuff myself. I'm more of like I like to get in and like reverse engineer Lego Island. I had some success with using ChatGPT to explain some hex data for an old piece of hardware with no documentation. Yeah, it seems to have some use in that. There's like a Ghidra plugin that can send stuff to ChatGPT and explain it. Yeah, but as far as like, I'd be interested in seeing one day if AI could actually decompile something in its entirety. And that I think we're a little bit far off from. The Linux kernel is runnable on Scratch. Is this going to be like Windows RG? No, I guess this is real. It's a RISC-V emulator. Ah, I see, yeah. I guess the Linux kernel does run on a lot of stuff. Run! I love that it's such a, it's an impressive, it seems like a really impressive project, but then a really like unassuming run button. Like, that seems like a Newgrounds Flash run button. You need to use Turbo Warp. I can't tell if you're joking, is that real? Can I actually Turbo Warp? Saw someone run Linux inside VR chat using a compute shader. Oh god. Oh, Turbo Warp. Oh, I see. I getcha. See, I don't know I don't really know anything about Scratch. Scratch was really after my time. Like, my time was like Flash, and then later on, Unity. I don't know anything about this shit. Shift click the flag. Oh, okay. I don't even know. I don't even know. Turbo Weep. Yeah, I guess it makes sense that it's slow. What is Scratch? Is that is Scratch interpreted at runtime? I assume it is. Downgrade, bro. Yeah, this is a little too powerful, you're right. That's what I call a real OS. Yes! Ha! Comedy gold. Remember when this was really funny and everyone did it? Uh-huh. Alright. And then, oh yeah, at the end it changes. I remember that. I love how I can't remember what I had for breakfast yesterday, but I can remember that the last dialogue changes because I did this when I was like 7. Actually, how old would I have been? I think I actually would have been 10. Oh, welcome to Windows RG. Now comes to Microsoft Word as standard. Oh God, if only. So you can do all your word processing with ease. No, you still have to pay for that shit separately. Have you noticed the icons on the desktop? You can access your files quicker and easier than ever. You can find out the rest of for yourself. Click OK and you're on your way to an easier life with Windows RG. Oh God. Yeah, of course. And then you can't click that, so you click yes. And you okay. Yeah. I get it. It's a Windows ME parody. Love it. Let's watch a video. I remember this song. I still, it's mind-blowing how I remember all this. But like, how's Linux doing? Oh, it's still going. Yep, I remember that. My two brain cells rubbing together as like, oh yes, Windows RG. It's terrible, terrible. All right, Word. Hey guys, Matt KC here. Oh, it looks like you're probably not writing a letter. I like letters. I think you should. Start with a word like milk and sponge. I like sponges. And now you need some pictures. It's my brother, haha. Oh dear, I think I made it crash. Oh yeah, it was kind of interesting that it would say that to a non-technical audience, the phrase illegal operation is, that's an interesting one. It's like how, back in the day, when you had IDE hard drives, you'd have a master drive and a slave drive. Now, I don't know if I would have used those wordings, but I got so used to it as a kid. I was like, oh yeah, I'll use that in a sec. I got so used to it that like I didn't think about it. And then when I built a PC for a friend, they were like, master and slave. Like we were like 16 and I built a PC, I helped a friend build a PC. And he was like, master and slave. And I was like, oh yeah, I mean, it doesn't mean what you think it means. Like that was a tough one. Anyway, all right, yeah, I'll use this link. What do we got? Is this still going? Yeah. Okay. How do they like get this faster? Is it just better, or is it like is it faster but less accurate, or like yeah? Run! It's such a flash run button. It's so funny. Oh wow, and we actually get it like a proper resolution. What is this? It's doesn't say. It's 80 by 25, right? Whereas on here we had, what is this? Like Scratch's JavaScript. Huh? Right, okay. Well, yeah, I don't know anything about Scratch. Okay, I guess that makes sense if it's running in a browser. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. It's got to be JavaScript. Assuming it's not WASM. People who make Scratch just don't prioritize speed since it's a game built for kids. So you can just write it more efficiently, I guess. Or is this in Wasm? Oh, it's done. Yeah, you're right. All right. Oh, what kind of distro is this? All right, let's see what we've got. All right, what's in README? Oh, I can't tab. No, I can't tab. Damn it! I have to type it out. Bullshit. Don't you hate it when you tab and your whole system crashes? All right, well, we have to. That was a fatal error. Apparently, we have to reset. Let's use a real OS again. I'm tired of this Linux. Let's use Windows RG instead. One of the many advancements in Windows RG is the ability to order food online. You can order some from a huge selection of quality goods, and they will be delivered to your door within 30 minutes. See, back in 2001, this might have been like. This actually happens nowadays. It's like HelloFresh and shit. Back in the day, I feel like this was probably a lot less common, but this is like really normal now. Please wait while we connect to our online database and retrieve all available meals. This may take a few minutes. Yo, are we ordering another wheat, sir? Please wait a few seconds while we waste your time. Yo, is this TurboTax? Did you guys hear about that? TurboTax actually, like, allegedly, I'm gonna back up my source. It allegedly sits there for a little bit longer to make you feel like it's doing the job properly. Because if it just does it like that, you're like, oh, did something go wrong? Did I do something wrong? Is this not actually correct? I've heard, I don't know if I'd be able to find a source for this. I've heard TurboTax just like sleeps for a little while, so to make you feel like it's actually crunching the numbers. Anyway. I don't know if that's, maybe it is just a rumor, maybe it's not true. So take what I said with a grain of salt, because I can't source that. Always here, I'm giving you a top tip. If a streamer says something and it's like unbelievable, or it's like unusual, you should always ask them to source it. I always try, whenever I make a claim, I always try to source it. Why some apps use fake progress bars? Yeah, that sounds about right. Using fake progress bars couldn't be me. Anyway, so oh shit. As I was saying, to figure out what was going on, we combed through the source code powering TurboTax's website and soon confirmed my suspicion. The animation was fixed. It didn't appear to be communicating with the site's servers at all once it began playing, and every TurboTax user saw the same one, which always took the same amount of time to complete. Crazy. Yeah, that's interesting. Like, I mean, I get it, because like it's kind of like there's a thing called security theater. A lot of people accuse like airport security of being security theater, that it doesn't necessarily, it's more designed to give you the appearance that everything is safe than it actually necessarily makes things safe. But so this is kind of like progress theater. It just reassures you, essentially. Anyways, back to Linux. Oh, it's not done. Oh, it's because I had it off a different tab. That's why. Yeah, well, let's get some OST for this. Oh, thank God, we've got some hypercamp going. Now this is a real video. It's about time. All right, so I'll make sure not to tab this time. It might be hard for me because unironically, it's so much muscle memory for me. Readme.txt. This is overall a pretty bare bones Linux installation, but there's a few cool things installed you can check out. You can use the ed text editor to edit files. I wonder what that is. That Vi-like or is that Nano-like? You can use duct tape to run JavaScript files. Oh, that's interesting. There's also a benchmarking utility installed called CoreMark, which can be used to test the speed of RISC-V emulation. So if you pass stuff up to JavaScript. Is that actually passing it up, or is it a JavaScript interpreter inside the RISC-V emulator inside JavaScript? Can it actually like pass it up somehow? Ed is way worse than Vim. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's run a benchmark. Huh? Wait, what? What happened? Freeze? Maybe. Oh, no, there it is. Oh. What? You mean you don't have Fwg installed? Bullshit. Anyway. How did it do? Giving me a bunch of numbers. Whoa. It's the size is 666. Uh-oh. Anyway. Duct tape. Fizzbuzz.js. Oh, there's not. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Fizzbus. I don't know what that was supposed to do, but I guess I should take a look. It is taking so much self-control to not press tab. Oh, okay. It's very simple. If so, log fizzbuzz. If it's 3, oh, okay, right. It's 5. If it's a multiple of 15, it says fizzbuzz. If it's a multiple of 3, it says fizz. If it's a multiple of 5, it says buzz. And if it's anything else, it just prints the number. All right, well, let's try and write some JavaScript. I've never heard of fizzbuzz. No, I guess not. Oh, muscle memory again. Are we doing it? Are we already editing? Okay. Alert. What? Okay. Oh boy, time to use Ed. Okay. Legitimate question. How do I make an opening bracket? I've never used this before. Oh. Huh. It's maps to something else. All right. How do I make so I'm trying to make a quote now, like oh, I guess I can use double quotes. That's good enough. Hi. Oh. How do I do? All right, it'll all be lowercase. I was trying to get it to be in caps, but it's not responding to caps. So, hello. I have clinical depression. Oh. I cannot be excited about this. Don't do uppercase. Oh, but I can't write the capital U. No. All right, whatever. Okay. Is this even the text editor? I don't know. I don't actually know. Oh, have I not been writing this whole time? Q. Q? Oh. I didn't write anything, so I don't think I was doing anything that whole time. Yeah, I guess I have to Google Ed. How to use Ed. Now, it's all in caps. All right. Oh, pipe into a file? Good idea. Yes. Based. This should work. Alert. Oh yeah, it is just like mapped weirdly. Okay. Oh, but I can't. Hang on, maybe I can do it like this. Hello. Oh, I can't press end. Another, okay. to hello.js. I think that'll work. Yeah. Fizzbuzz. Oh no, not Fizzbuzz, that's the other JavaScript file. What was the command? It was duct tape. Hello. Ah, there's no alert. Damn it. It gave me an error. I know, but like... Okay. I don't know what this means. Uninitialized urandom read. I don't know what that means. No such file and directory. I know, I'm making one. Like, can it not make a new file? I don't know how Ed works. I think Ed needs to go to a retirement home. I feel like he's just, I don't know what he's saying anymore. All right? Yeah, I can use console.log. I wanted to see an actual alert. I wanted to see if it actually supported alert. I know there's console.log. I know alert is for browsers. I wanted to see what would happen. All right, let's see. Well, that's boring. I wanted a whole message box to show up. Anyway, what else can I do? I hate what. I is less than 10. Plus. Actually, better idea. Oh, it's not echo, it's I. That's... I can't make a single quote. I don't know how. That's right. True happiness is unachievable. Sad face. I pressed tab again. No! Alright, it's okay. We recovered from a potentially lethal error. Yep, true. That's the moral of the story. You can get up, you might be able, if you try really hard, you might be able to get to 68. But you'll never get there. Anyway, as I was saying, I had a whole project I was going to talk about that I got sidetracked with Linux on Scratch. I mean, this is cool. It's definitely interesting. See inside and look at the Scratch blocks. Oh god. No, is this actually how you program? Oof. Think for 2 seconds. Huh. Oh, good idea. Aw. What do you mean, operation not permitted? You should do what I tell you to do. Sudo. Am I not root? If I'm not root, I'm gonna... Anyway. I assumed I would already be root. Put a sudo in there? I would try, but currently Control-C is not working, so... Yeah, I'm guessing it's just this stuff is not writable, is my guess. You are root? Alright, yeah, so it's not a permissions thing, I think it's just a just not writable. The only user is root. Yeah, that's what I figured. That's why I didn't use sudo, but sudo. I know it's sudo. I always say it's sudo, but it sounds better as sudo. It's sudo. Yeah, So it stands for super user do. It's like as in like do as su, but it's not sudo. And like, yeah, maybe people pronounce it that way anyway. Oh, I guess both are permissible, but it's that's what it means is super user do. So it's supposed to be sudo, but yeah, I don't pronounce it like that. And apparently a lot of people don't. Apparently both are permissible. How do you pronounce? I'm sudoing your mom. I've always said and heard it say sudo. All right, well there you go. You know what? Maybe it's like a GIF situation where like the creator said it's GIF, but everyone else is like, no, it's not. It's GIF. So, so yeah, I think it's a. Yeah, the official way is sudo, but I think this is a GIF situation. I think we can override the creators here. People don't pronounce it laser as it's meant to. Oh yeah, they don't say laser. Yeah. Well, good times. All right. What's next? I was going to talk about another project. I was going to talk about the absolute rabbit hole I fell down 3 days ago. Yo! Thank you so much for the Prime sub, Siforn1337. I really appreciate the Bezos bucks. I have to switch the sprite. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. I think we kind of got this. Scroll down. God, why is it so slow? I guess it is emulating something over here. Bottom right. Oh. Choose a sprite. Pfft. This isn't programming how I remember it. I don't remember this part of programming. Alright. Anyway. I know that's not what anyone wanted me to do, but I think it's fine. I think we've exhausted that. Anyway, what I was gonna say, they should make a programming language based on OCR. True. All right. So there's something that I've been trying to do the last 3 days. Someone said this in the Discord, and I just thought to myself, like, you know what? You're probably right. And so I started working on it, and that's when the hell of my life began. The hell of my current life. So, you guys will probably know I maintain a tool, not very well, I must say, but I maintain a tool called Lego Island Rebuilder, which is a modding tool for Lego Island. And what I've... Oh, this is interesting. You get the cursor without the context. This is my... I loaded up my InSync Windows 98 virtual machine. Hang on, let me get that in real quick. Yeah, and you guys saw I had the cursor is set to like hilarious stuff, but you guys only saw the cursor for a second. See, now you can see it in context. There you go. So, but I have a profile on here that's just normal, so I just have normal Windows 98. When did you add the users? Oh, I added the users as I started to actually use this virtual machine. I added the users, so now I'll open up different profiles depending on what I actually want, and oftentimes I open up Jerry, which is just the everything is default profile. Do I still have it? Have what? The other stuff? Hang on. If you guys are curious, yes, this is the actual VM from the video. If I press cancel, this is everything. It's all still here, and I just started like using it as my normal Windows 98 virtual machine. I've just had it for years. But I usually log in as Jerry. Yes, it is. This is the virus one, yeah. yeah, so I maintain a cool tool called Lego Island Rebuilder, which was originally written in .NET 2.0. And .NET 2.0 is fun. It gives us this property grid. It gives us this table that we can do the music replacement with. Yep, all this stuff. Oh, does it not actually work here? I don't know. This code is old now. And it's relatively easy to write this stuff because it's all C# and it works in Windows 98 because .NET 2.0 supports Windows 98. But it never supported Windows 95, and that always felt like a bit of a sore spot for me because it's like Lego Island runs on Windows 95, so shouldn't my modding tool run on everything that Lego Island runs on? And so eventually we rewrote this to use MFC 4.2. We rewrote it in C++ basically to use MFC. And, that was all right. It's MFC is a lot harder to write in, I find, but we got it to work. But I always thought like it would be kind of interesting to try and get .NET 2.0 working on Windows 95. And yes, and we talked about this in the Discord. I was like, because someone else was talking about like what UI toolkits can work on Windows 95. Well, there aren't really a lot. There's like Qt3. There's like certain versions of WX widgets. You could write Delphi. Yeah, I guess so. I think I have Delphi on here. Yes, I do. And I had thought about, even before we rewrote this in C++, I had thought like, I wonder if it's possible to get .NET on Windows 95. But I think I thought it was easier to just rewrite it in C++. But in the Discord, we were talking about, what UI can we write for Windows 95, and .NET was floated. And I remember thinking like, yeah, I did think that was like, maybe it could be made to run on Windows 95. And yes, Wham in the Discord said, I don't know how much changed between 95 and 98. I think it was something like, we kind of all came to the conclusion that they can't be that much different. Well, 3 days later, I am still trying to figure this out. No, this doesn't have a happy ending yet. I haven't gotten an answer to this yet, but I have been trying to actually figure this out. How could you get Windows 95 to run .NET 2.0? And you know what? Here's the thing. I have to say, I'm not the only one, okay? I saw this forum thread from 2001 when .NET was brand new. All right, I'm gonna bring this up. Huh? Oh, here we go. I'm looking in the wrong folder. I found this thread from... Hang on, I'll show this real quick. Okay. This is from 2001, June. And someone says, I wanted to test deploying a .NET application on a Windows 95 machine. I built a simple console, hello world, and then built a blah, blah, blah. So they're saying, yeah, .NET is not supported on Windows 95. Someone from Microsoft replies, not supported. They're like, this is disappointing. I'm not happy about this. Someone else replies, while use and deployment of Windows 95 in the corporate space is rapidly trending downward, we recognize that there is currently a large base of machines still relying on it. Remember, 2001. The decision not to support the .NET framework on Windows 95 was not an easy one. It was made only after several weeks of consideration on a number of key factors such as the impact on developers and current installed base of Windows 95, consistency with other product, blah, blah, blah. Technically, so it says, in the end, we made the decision that we would be providing more value to our customers by shipping a solid product sooner on fewer platforms than by slipping our dates out further in order to guarantee ample coverage on Windows 95. Technically, there are not a ton of differences between Windows 95 and Windows 98, but there certainly are some, and we can't just assume that they won't have an impact. Okay, so basically, he's saying they didn't want to bother supporting it because it would have taken time that they didn't want to spend on it. But he says what we said, that how different can they be? So, yeah, I've been trying to figure this out. And I have to say, in all honesty, it's been... So, mostly it's been fairly straightforward in the sense that, so .NET uses some like kernel functions, it uses some like extra user 32 functions that don't exist. Fine, whatever, we can wrap those DLLs and implement those things. They're, you know, all that code is in Wine. We can just grab that from Wine, stuff it in, and technically we're writing our own kernel X for Windows 95. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing that I have not figured out. And this is not where I expected to get caught up. But I have no idea how the damn installer works. Okay? So this installer has been kicking my ass for days. Let me try and get my Windows 95. Because I thought initially that I could just drop the DLLs in place, right? Just and you know, write some registry entries maybe, and it would all be fine. It would all like I didn't know I wasn't prepared for how much .NET has its tentacles in Windows. For example, there's something in .NET called the Global Assembly Cache. I didn't know what this was. It's frequently abbreviated to the GAC, which seems to just be like a repository for like, instead of just throwing DLLs into System32, this is like a more managed approach of like, well, we know what libraries we've got, we know what versions we've got. That seems to be what this is. And they're in the C Windows assembly. Now, this does something with Windows 98 to the point, so this folder usually doesn't exist. And this does something where like you open up the assembly folder and like Explorer changes. It's got like new buttons and it's got like new columns and shit. It's like, I don't know what this is. How has it done this? And this doesn't exist. This is not like in vanilla Windows 98. I don't know what this has done, but the installer somehow sets this up. And I don't know how. Now, and that's not the only thing. It also runs all these other tools. So I wish I could show you this. It's a shell view extension. Do they work on Windows 95? Do we need it? I don't know. And so anyway, so there's the GAC and the Mac. Damn. So yeah, this .NET stuff is all like, I'm sure there are some .NET experts that know what all this stuff is and why it's necessary, but like, they will if you install IE5. Is that why? Wait, because the .NET installer. Hang on, I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay, so let's switch over to Windows 95. Here we are on Windows 95. Ignore this one. This is the .NET 2 installer. Oh, that's a new one. Yeah, to be fair, I've been fucking with this to try and get it to run. Ordinarily, it complains about missing DLLs, and then if you try to restore those DLLs, it then crashes. If you look at this in a MSI viewer, oh, you can't run the MSI on its own either. It says, yeah, it just kind of closes for seemingly no discernible reason. Then, if you look at the MSI file in a, oh, that's my Discord again. Oh, that's my desktop. Thanks OBS. I love when it does that. I love when it just shows random shit. Like, thanks bro. What if one of those had like, I don't know, bank details on them? I don't know why I'd be looking at bank details on stream, but I'm just like, why is it ever acceptable to just show Windows randomly on stream? Anyway, whatever. So, what I was saying was, if I'm using this tool called Orca, which basically lets you look at MSI files, look at installers. I'm trying to figure out what any of this does, but it's so dense. It's like, it's and I noticed in here it's actually got a Windows 95 check in here. Look, check 95. It actually checks if the version is 4.0 or not, which is ironic because it's not like you can even run this to get to this point. I guess they just like if you somehow could. Yeah. Anyway, so I've been trying to like figure out how to either mod or recreate this. And the thing about Orca is it's supposed to be able to like save MSIs as new files. But when I do it with this one, like you're supposed to be able to modify MSI installers and save them out. But when I try to do it with this one, it goes from a 25 megabyte installer to a 2 megabyte installer. I could probably install Windows Installer. I should have the latest Windows Installer. That certainly is something I tried, but I mean, you know, when I install this, it says it already exists. I don't know which version that is. But the thing is, this MSI. Okay, hang on. So I've modified this. So if I reset this all back to vanilla, hang on, real quick. I'll reset this all. Just get a new. God, where the fuck is my here? All right. So if I get have I messed with this one? I think this is this is all stock. Okay, so I'll drag this in, and I'll drag it in again because sometimes it takes a few times to actually do it. And I'll drag it in again. That time it worked. Okay, so ordinarily, wait, what? Of course, it's different when I try to show people. Ordinarily, what it says is, please run this through install.exe. It's like mad about, you're not supposed to run the actual MSI. And then we try to run this, it says it complains of missing stuff, but I fixed all that, and then it like crashes for other reasons. Windows Updater needs an update. Maybe I accidentally downgraded it, but I feel like, all right, well, let's here. But I know this wasn't what I was getting before, and I'm like 90% sure I've already done like a Windows update like thing on here. Windows Installer 2.0 for 9X, good enough. It's possible it downgraded because I tried older versions of .NET at some point. Here, I'll just throw it in 3 times because apparently that's how many times it needs to be done before it actually drags in. Something about this doesn't quite work. There we go. Already exists. All right, so we've at least got Windows Installer 2.0 on here, and I think 3.0 requires XP from memory. Yeah, so it's really weird, and I tried to like reproduce this installer in something like NSYS, but what happened was I was like, I'm trying to figure out how to install stuff in the the log. That's something that's not its thing. This is mine. This is so that I know what what functions it's calling, so I can when I do my injection. Win doesn't. So yeah, it's I don't know what the hell is going on here. Why is it so glitchy? Yeah, so I believe this is the latest version of Windows Installer, and it seems to think it's already installed. And then oftentimes when you run this should be stock, but oftentimes when you run this, it's like, it'll say like, please run this through install.exe. If I show you Orca, there's like a whole custom action specifically for that. There's like, yeah, to install this product, please run install.exe. It blocks direct install, that's what it does. Run the legacy update, that's probably a good idea. I've never used this before. I know about it, but I've never used it before. Download center. What's funny is I thought that getting Visual C++ 2005, that runtime working would be hard. That actually was really easy. It's only, and I even got most of the .NET DLLs, like I got my re-implementations injected into those. It's just that .NET doesn't work because I haven't done all this shit and I don't know what it is. I don't know what half this stuff is. Like I ran reg TLB, I got the TLBs registered. This reg services thing I noticed, but that only happens on NT, so I didn't run that. I tried running it, but it didn't make a difference. I did install IE5, so we do have IE5 on here, because if you try to install a lot of this stuff without IE5, it will complain. The shell thing you mentioned with 98, you may need OSR 2.5 since it has IE Explorer shell. I should have that. I have C, which I believe is OSR 2.5. Yeah, I wonder. Let me see. Let's see if we can... How do I get... How do I, like, update everything on Windows 95 with... It's not Explorer is different in 2.5? How do I know which OSR I've got then? Can you tell me how I would know? I thought... Hang on. 95C OSR. Which one is that? Well, I've almost certainly got this. Hang on. I'm going to admit to pirating in a second. I almost certainly got this, so I think this would have it. Sorry, yeah, no, sorry. I mean, I bought it from the internet. Yeah, it's C, and I updated it to IE5, so... Trying to get LegoIron and Rebuilder working in 95, so trying to port... Oh yeah. I mean, Rebuilder technically does work in 95 because we rewrote it in C++, but it just kind of occurred to me that, like, wouldn't it be great if you could just run C# stuff on Windows 95? So that's kind of where I started falling down this rabbit hole. So, yeah. So I got, like... I got all the stuff insofar as, like, I've got all the DLLs in the right place, I installed a bunch of the registry stuff, and Rebuilder just throws, like, this. So if I try to run a .NET thing, it shows something like this, which is possibly the least helpful error possible. It tells me quite literally nothing. Install a 98 diff the registry. I've done that, actually. I have done that. So the registry, apparently, I did a registry diff. Apparently, this installer, and it's not impossible. It's not unmanageable. Apparently, it makes what was the number? I'll get the actual number because I don't want to exaggerate here. The installer makes a total of 19,804 modifications, which I could recreate, but part of me wonders if, like, is that stuff that's like regtlib? Should I be using that tool instead? Is it permissible to just recreate it in the registry as part of embedding .NET into XP's installer? Okay, if it's actually possible to just, like, because I was thinking that, like, maybe it's not good enough to just recreate the registry. I was thinking maybe these tools do other things. Like, what's that shell extension? How do you install that? But if it's permissible to just install files and just install the registry, then I do have a diff somewhere. Shell extensions are loaded by CSIDs via COM. How do you install those? Hang on, where's that diff? I definitely have this somewhere. They're in the registry. Yeah, there's a lot of classes to get installed. I noticed that. Hang on, I'll bring my diff in so we can take a look at it. That worked the first time. Impressive. Okay, it is true. Most of what it installs. So this is the registry diff that I got before and after installing .NET. Yeah, so it gets to about here in the list, and then it starts installing classes. I think all of these are classes. Yeah, I think all the way down this is class. Oh, wait, we got some other stuff here. Yeah, this checks out. And then, oh, back to classes. All of these. So, is it, do you think it's as simple as, because I was kind of looking at this as just like, I don't fucking know what any of this is. Like, it's probably important, but I was trying to figure out like how the installer did this basically. But do you think it's as simple as just installing this stuff? In which case, I guess like what would be interesting is maybe that tool I used could export like a reg file that I could just install normally. I checked and the C version string is apparently OSR 2.5. Super weird that you don't have the IE4 Explorer EXE shell. That is interesting. I did like install IE5. I don't know what that means. Oh, I mean, I do have like Windows 95 is weird. It has like different versions of. Oh, I guess this is just this, but with like stuff added to it. I don't know how to get that sidebar to show up though. Oh, is it one of these? Yeah, I don't know. And then, but then it like never saves it. So every time I go back into it, it's just back to this again. A lot of this will be running. A lot of this will be running reg ASM. Yeah, I do have that. Hang on, go back to. Yeah, I've got this. I don't know if it works though. Regasm.
Hey, so I've been stuck inside like.
Well, oh, weird. It started playing a new video. It auto-played a new video. Cringe. Alright, I'm gonna just restart that. Regasm, that's funny. How had I never thought of that before? Yeah, but this gives me an error as well. This was another problem I had. It's like, well, technically I can use gakutil to open up, to install into the global assembly cache, but it doesn't run because like .NET otherwise is not set up properly. And so that's why I was trying to like look at the installer and figure out what it did. But yeah, the installer is like this, and it's just... Yo, thanks for the Prime sub. Farmyard Gaming, thank you so much for the Bezos bucks. Thanks for the, yeah, thanks for the Prime. And enjoy the star and emotes. Yeah, and this is just like incomprehensible. I've been staring at this for like a whole day. Anyway, the timing, I know. MS Corey, yeah, it is. Well, it's not in C Windows, it's in C Windows System, which is where it is on Windows 98. So, I did patch this. I don't know if my patches are like broken either. That's a possibility, but I don't know. This should be like the file layout. Oh, that's another weird thing that I learned. Okay, I don't know what. I don't know what the hell is going on here, but there's a custom action somewhere that's like, what needed patching. Mostly like kernel 32 stuff. In fact, I think it was entirely kernel 32 stuff. Just like, it was missing a function called interlocked compare exchange, which I re-implemented using wine. And it was missing, yeah, it was only missing like a couple of functions really. I don't remember off the top of my head what they were, but I should have re-implemented them all relatively satisfactorily. But the problem is, yeah, this error is so nondescript, it's so unhelpful, but it's clearly something wrong. But I think the thing is, I get this error on... From memory, I got this error even without my patches on Windows 98, because maybe I just hadn't like registered the classes properly. From memory, I think I might have confirmed this wasn't necessarily my patches, but it might have just been. I think I confirmed it was like it's just the way it's installed. What about the error? Oh, it's just completely like unreadable, or it's completely meaningless. And I noticed another thing this installer does, which is really weird. That I'm gonna see if I can find. It's so hard to dig through this and find like specific stuff. But I think it's called... Yeah. So according to this, oh, you can't see it behind the chat. Hang on. Oops. Here we go. I'll just zoom it in for you so you can get an idea. It runs an app called NetFX SBS 20 /install. And I'm like, all right, cool. I can run that. Except I never got that executable. What I got was NetFX SBS 10. Is that the same thing? And I've tried so many MSI extracting tools to try and get a hold of to try and see how the hell I get a hold of NetFX SBS 20. I cannot find this. I don't know where this exe is, but I do not get it. It's not even on my Windows 98 setup. So if I go back to Windows 98 with here, Windows 98, which has full .NET support. Okay, and I do a search for, no, not a control panel. Do a search for netfx sbs20.exe in C. It's nowhere. It's nowhere. I have 10, but is that the same thing? Does that work? Like, I feel like I'm becoming a conspiracy theorist because this thing mentions stuff that just doesn't exist or doesn't seem to, unless maybe it renames it from 10 to 20 at some point and then like renames it back. Like, I don't know. It's so weird. So I've kind of hit a brick wall yesterday, I feel like, where I was like, I don't know if I can actually recreate this installer or recreate what it does. And so I'm wondering if like it's a better approach to just modify it. So this tool, like I said, the problem with this tool, Orca, which is actually an official Microsoft tool, you download this from the Windows SDK, but it doesn't seem to work properly. Cool. And so because like it's a good viewer, but when I try to like whenever I resave it, even if I make no changes, whenever I resave a Windows installer or this Windows installer, it goes from, what is it? It's details view. So currently, NetFX MSI is about 24 meg. Now, if I go and, yeah, if I get the resaved one, just literally just don't make any changes, just go into Orca. Oops, where is it? Just go into Orca. And just go File, Save As. Yeah, you can't see the menu, but still. I'm just going File, Save As. I didn't do anything to this. And I save it as netfxxx, just added a couple X's to it. And I'll drag it into my VM. Why is it now 2 megabytes? I didn't change anything. It just went from 25 to 2. Like, I feel like, for some of this, I feel like I've been going insane. Just like, how? Check in hex editor. Yeah, I get. Well, I know when I run it, it's like this shit is like. Oh, well, it doesn't look any different here. But like I've run these two on like working systems, but like I know when I'd run the 2 megabyte one, it's like it says like this thing is corrupt or something like that. I'm thinking it's. All right, I'm opening it in a hex editor. So, and I guess I'll open it up side by side with the real one, because see if we can find anything different about it. And I've tried a bunch of terrible other like MSI editing tools, and none of them work. Oh god, it's already like, what is this? Why is it all F's in this one? Guys, press F to pay respect for our lost 23 megabytes of data, apparently. This stuff looks relatively similar. This stuff is like weird. Okay, we'll go scroll down to 3C0. It's just different everywhere. Like, I don't know if there's anything I could really like latch onto as like, it's like, oh, I see. No, it's like a different thing entirely. I don't know if I get it. Here's something I did find though. Here's a way I found to hack MSIs. It is in fact using hex editing. All right, so let me see if I can get this. So I've got a clean install of Windows 98 basically here. I should have at least. I actually have to get going in like 15 minutes. Don't worry. I won't be here very long. All right, so this should be a relatively clean install of Windows 98, I think. Oh no, not yet. This is a no. This is all right. Hang on, I have to roll it back to a relatively clean install of Windows 98. Give me 1 second. All right, hang on. Almost there. There we go. I'll make it bigger because now I'm using bigger VMware. Okay. All right, that'll have to do. So if I run these on here, now I think you can probably get a better idea of what I'm talking about because they're supposed to work on here. So if I run NetFX on its own, it's like, you gotta use the exe. I don't know what the exe does. I don't know how important that actually is. I don't know why they're forcing you to do it. And then if I throw in the my cut down version, which is 2 megabytes, it's just fucked. Oh no, it's oh wow, it actually does say the same thing. I swear to God, I tried this on like Windows 11 and it was like, this thing is corrupt. But maybe it's just maybe different versions of like Windows Installer do different things. I don't know. And then but I have noticed, I do know that if I go into a hex editor, did I close it? I think I closed it. If I go into a hex editor, I feel like I'm like rambling my like schizophrenic paranoid ramblings. I'm just like, and then this, and I don't know why it's like this. This happens. Yo, EK Pop, thank you so much for the 100 bits.
At MatClid, why is that every time I can't watch you live, you do something interesting, and when I'm here you just play Shriek XD Cheer 100? At MatClid, why is that every time I can't watch you live, you do something interesting, and when I'm here you just play Shriek XD Cheer 100?
Oh, you got 2 TSs for the price of 1. I don't know. Just get better at watching me, I guess. No, but thank you so much for the 100 bits. Okay, here's something I found that you can do. Here's the only reliable way I found of actually editing MSI files so far. So, if I bring up Orca again, you can see certain things such as it takes a minute to find because it's so all over the place. It's called block direct install here. So to install this product, please run install.exe. That's the error we're getting. So if we go to install execute sequence, and we sort by sequence, we can find pretty early on block direct install, and it's got these conditions. So, so you can, in theory, Orca lets you edit these conditions, but like as we found, it saves as like a 2 megabyte thing. And real quick, I'm actually just going to confirm that like, which one's the? this one. Real quick, I just need to confirm that, like, hang on, I'll get this a little bit nicer. Yo! Yes, I'm trying to install .NET on 95.
So are you trying to install .NET on Win95 Tier 100?
Yes!
So are you trying to install
Why is it happening
.NET on
twice?
Win95 Tier 100?
I don't have my bot open twice, do I? Weird. Anyway. So... Let's real quick, I'm actually gonna try... I'll tell you what, just to be sure... I'll throw in my actual... I'll throw in the 2 megabyte one. I'll rename it FX, and we'll install. Oh, it needs IE5. Is this actually going to work now? Strangely, I'm actually gonna delete the old one. We're gonna be completely.
Nice. I'm getting good value from these bits today. D Tier 100. Nice. I'm getting good value.
Yeah,
from these bits
apparently
today,
you are.
D Tier
Yeah.
100.
Is this actually gonna... Alright, hang on. Alright, I need to get IE5 in here, which I've got. Sorry, I've been missing a lot of chat. Yeah, I've been going full Terry Davis. That's 100% it. I just got 100 floppy disks, half have files on them, but I don't have a floppy drive. What should I do with them? They have anything good on them? Is it like a Microsoft floppy? Oh god.
Echo fart cycle Tier 100. Echo fart cycle Tier 100.
I wonder why that is. Hang on, let me restart my Bosch real quick. See if that fixes it, and I'll refresh the overlay. FX, do you read Netflix? I mean, fair enough, honestly. Guys, don't look at my password. I'm conditioned to expect the timer to go up by 5 minutes every time I hear the fart noise. True. Yeah, what are you guys doing? Subbing when there's no subathon on? I'm just kidding. Of course I appreciate the subs and bits. Thank you so much. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, but God, I hate this drum. I hate this drum so much. Okay, so install. What does it actually say? Right, yeah, okay. Okay, good. I'm not crazy, it doesn't work. I was gonna kill myself if it actually just somehow worked. Alright, I'm not crazy. So, yeah, so anyway, the package is fucked. It gets fucked by Orca. So, crazy. Okay, I might be a bit crazy, but I was at least correct here. I wasn't hallucinating this time. Anyway, so you go to Orca and you find that block direct install has a bunch of these conditions. It's like an if statement essentially. So what I found was if I load up NetFX into a hex editor, which is here, and I find this condition. It's a not add deploy. Okay. And I just replace the whole thing, because obviously I can't like shift the bytes around. So what if I like type in 0 and just fill the rest with spaces? Brilliant!
So which is the lowest Windows version you can install .NET on? 98 Tier 100.
98 second edition, I believe. And actually, .NET 1 I think works on NT4. But yeah, mostly at 98 second edition. Isn't the Windows version stored in the registry? Could you change that? Yeah, maybe. But I can bypass the 95. The problem is it's not the issue I get with running it on 95, problem is I fucked with this install so much. The problem I get with running it on 95 is not that there's a check, it's that it physically does not run. So I've got so many VMs open now. I've got 3 VMs. Yeah, the problem is it just doesn't run. It's not necessarily we don't actually even get to the Windows 95. Oh, this is 98 still. Shit, I'm so confused.
Ever tried to diff Windows 98 and 95? Cheer 100.
Ever tried to diff? I mean, that's kind of what we're doing. That's kind of this process. Okay. So, yeah, the problem is that we don't even get to the 95 check. We don't even get to the point where it's like, where it checks what version you're running. It's just, all it does is throw this error. Which I injected function so it would stop throwing errors, but then I got like a more cryptic error that I can't show you anymore because I don't have that version of this. Yeah, I got something more like this, and I couldn't figure that out.
Cheer 100. Did you try to extract the MSI with 7-zip? Or check the data section inside Orca?
Yeah. I mean, well, I extracted the files. I got the files out, but only some of them. Like, again, we don't have that NetFX SBS 20, so I got most of the files out. Data section. There is no data section. There's a file section. But the file section doesn't list a NetFX SBS 20 either, I don't think.
What about actually running that app under Win to perhaps get more context?
Yeah,
on
I
what is
mean,
failing?
I mean, it could be a debugger is probably what I need to use. I was trying to get there without using a debugger because the debugger I like to use, which is X32 debug, is obviously not going to work on Windows 98. If it did, that would make things a lot easier. But I'd have to I'd have to learn a new debugger essentially. But yeah, that might be what it has to come down to. I haven't. So anyway, the goal is, the point is, I haven't figured this out, but I have been trying. I would be interested in doing what Wham suggested, which was basically just write the registry. Just don't care about like doing it correctly, like with the right apps or tools. Just fucking throw the shit in there and just see what happens. I'd be interested in trying that. Because I think I was kind of hung up on trying to make sure it happened correctly because I was kind of intimidated. I was a little bit like, I don't know how this works, so I don't want to, I don't want to do something that might not be right just in case it causes problems later on. But if it's just as simple as just getting the files in the right place and getting the registry in the right place, maybe. Were there any cabs or other compressed files? There's one cab, but it doesn't contain these files. It contains most of the files, but not all of them. So it's really weird. I don't know how this works. I'm used to hearing Windows error noises. Yeah, I get that.
Thank God for VM snapshots. Cheer 100.
You're not wrong. I have used a lot of those to just because this, like I said, .NET has its tentacles all throughout Windows, so it's so useful to be able to just go back and forth between states. I don't mean American states, I mean VM states. I might have to get going because I'm helping a friend take some take some photographies, and I'm just checking traffic. In theory, I can hang around for maybe another 15 minutes, but it's probably not smart. I should probably just get going, right? Oh no, I just got here. I'm sorry. I'll be streaming again super soon. It's not like I took like a almost week break. Yo.
Only an American would even think of states in terms of geography. Cheer 100.
Yep, that's me. Right, damn right, brother. I'm an American too. Technically, Australia has states. Like Queensland is a state. We just don't really care about it that much. The states are not as like the US. You could argue that each state kind of they're different enough that they're almost like EU countries. But in Australia, it's not like that. They're not as distinct as that.
Cheer 100. Give us your best southern redneck accent.
I think that was pretty close to it. I mean, it's obviously it's gonna sound like parody if I do one. I'm right there with you, brother. I love Texas and I love barbecue. That's about it. All right. Anyway, this was just me. Like I said, schizophrenic, paranoid rant about trying to figure out this .NET stuff. Thanks for the ideas, though. I do feel like I've got some more stuff that's worth trying. So yeah, I'll give it a try. I'll let you know. I'll be back to streaming soon. It won't be another week. It wasn't supposed to be a week since I entered the subathon. It'll probably be more like 2 days or something like that. Because I've got some ideas, stuff I want to do on stream that maybe I'll look at these PS2s on stream at some point. All right. I'll see you guys later on. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Thanks for hanging out. It's always fun hanging out with you guys. Always have a great time. So won't be another week. You guys, look, I said it. You guys can hold me to it now. All right. So I'll see you guys in hopefully a couple days, no more then. Enjoy the rest of your day, evening, whatever it is. Yeah, hope you do something fun. All right, see you guys. I'll see if there's anyone worth raiding. Actually, I should do that now. Jesus. Yo, okay, yeah. Raid good friend of the stream, Yoshi to Mario. Be sure not to call him Yo shit a Mario. I would never say that. I would never joke about that in to his face. All right. Anyway, see you guys later.